chill guy. I just like to take it easy. I just like to take it easy. I'm just a chill guy. I just like to take it easy. Chill guy. Chill guy. Chill guy. Chill guy. I'm just a chill guy, I just like to take it easy. I'm just a chill guy, I just like to take it easy. Chill guy. Chill guy. Chill guy. Chill guy. I'm just a chill guy, I just like to take it easy. Chill guy. Chill guy. Chill guy. Chill guy. Chill guy. I'm just a chill guy. I just like to take it easy. I just like to take it easy. I'm just a chill guy. I just like to take it easy. Chill guy. Chill guy. Chill guy. Chill guy. a chill guy. I just like to take it easy. I just like to take it easy. I'm just a chill guy. I just like to take it easy. Chill guy. Chill guy. Chill guy. Chill guy. I'm just a chill guy. I just like to take it easy. I'm just a chill guy. I just like to take it easy. Chill guy. Chill guy. Chill guy. Chill guy. I'm just a chill guy. I just like to take it easy. Chill guy. Chill guy. Chill guy. Chill guy. I'm just a chill guy. I just like to take it easy. I just like to take it easy. I'm just a chill guy. I just like to take it easy. Chill guy. Chill guy. Chill guy. Chill guy.
again, this is our Class 1A 7th grade girls 4x200 meter relay. Heat 1 of 2, Monmouth ICS in lane 2, Palatine St. Teresa in lane 3, Milledgeville Chadwick in 4, Rossville Alvin in 5, and Flanagan in 6. Rossville Alvin in 5. Flanagan there in 6. And Milledgeville Chadwick in lane 4. And those handoffs, very important here. Milledgeville Chadwick. Milledgeville Chadwick out of lane 4. Taken off here in the back half. Rossville Alvin in 5. It's Monmouth ICS there in lane 2, closing the gap. Moving on now to Heat 2 of 2. Class 1A 7th grade girls 4x200 in lane 1. Hamilton in lane 2. Ottawa Wallace in lane 3. Chicago Catherine Cook in 4. Kewanee Weathersfield in 5. Pekin Rankin in 6. Evanston Academy in 7. Lincoln Chester East Lincoln, and in 8. Palestine. Hamilton, Ottawa Wallace, Chicago Catherine Cook, Kewanee Weathersfield, Pekin Rankin, Evanston Academy, Lincoln Chester East Lincoln, and Palestine in that order. This is Heat 2 of 2. Class 1A 7th grade girls 4x200. Kiwani Weathersfield, Chicago Catherine Cook. Might have been first to that handoff there at the halfway point. Almost side by side here on the backstretch as we come to the final exchange. Chicago Catherine Cook in lane 3, but in the front for now, Kiwani Weathersfield in lane 4. And lane 5, Pekin Rankin. This is going to be close here at the end. Unofficially taking the heat in the lane 4, Kiwani Weathersfield. Moving on now to our Class 1A 7th grade boys 4x200 meter relay. 2 heats of this event. Heat 1, lane 1, Lyle St. Joan of Arc. In 2, Normal Epiphany. In 3, Peoria Hollis. In 4, Madison. In 5, Woodhull Allwood. In 6, Newton St. Thomas. In 7, Royal Prairie View Ogden. And in 8, Pekin Rankin. Once again, this is heat 1 of 2, Class 1A, 7th grade boys, 4x200. Lyle St. Joan of Arc, Normal Epiphany, Peoria Hollis, Madison, Woodhull, Newton St. Thomas, Royal Prairie View, Ogden, and Pekin Rankin. In that order. Woodhull, Allwood, out of lane 5. Out in front. Deacon Rankin, Newton St. Thomas, Madison. Right there, I believe Madison might have been second to that exchange. We'll take a look. But Woodhull, Allwood, out of lane 5. In front. As we get to our final handoff here. Out of lane 5. Woodhull in the front. Madison in second, trying to close that up there. In lane 3 is Peoria Hollis. Crossing that line first. Woodhull, Allwood. Moving on to heat number 2 of 2 of the Class 1A 7th grade boys 4x200. In lane 1, Woodstock St. Mary's. In 2, Mount Prospect St. Emily. In 3, Carrollton St. John. In 4, Peoria St. Jude. In 5, Kewanee Weathersfield. In 6, Griggsville Perry. In 7, Jacksonville Our Savior. And in lane 8 is LaSalle. Once again, that is heat 2 of 2 of the Class 1A 7th grade boys 4x200. Elise Wilkinson, please report to the press box, please. Elise Wilkinson, report to the press box. Thank you. Let's get on the track. Heat 2 of 2. Class 1A, 7th grade boys, 4x200. Peoria St. Jude there in lane 4. Kewanee Weathersfield in 5. The Peoria St. Jude in lane 4. Will be first to that handoff here at the halfway point. Kewanee Weathersfield not too far behind there in lane 5. Almost side by side here. Kewanee Weathersfield making up the stagger here. But Kewanee Weathersfield in lane 5. Peoria St. Jude in lane 4. As we see those exchanges, all too important. Peoria St. Jude still in lane 4. Kewanee Weathersfield in 5. I believe that's Griggsville Perry in lane 6. Carrollton St. John in lane 3, but crossing that line first, Peoria St. Jude. Kewanee Weathersfield in that order. Move on now to our Class 1A 8th grade girls 4x200 meter relay. 3 heats of this event. In heat number 1 in lane 3, River Forest St. Luke. In lane 4, LaSalle. In lane 5, Windsor. River Forest, St. Luke, LaSalle, and Windsor in that order. LaSalle's there in lane 4, Windsor in lane 5. Pretty even there at the handoff. Keeping the stagger there on the 5, 4, and 3. Again, Windsor, LaSalle, River Forest. Keeping that spacing pretty even, folks. This is going to be a good race here at the end. See what happens in this final exchange. All important to get those clean handoffs. It's like Windsor on the outside in lane 5. River Forest on the inside, making a move there on LaSalle. They might all be looking for the front here. River Forest, St. Luke looking for the front in the final 100. That's Windsor in lane 5, but that's LaSalle in lane 3. Unofficially, Windsor hangs on to take heat 1. Heat 2 of 3 here of the Class 1A 8th grade girls 4x200. In lane 2, Griggsville Perry. In lane 3, Millbrook. In 4, Delavan. 5, Hampton. In 6, Lamoille Allen. And 7, Palatine Quest. Let's get on the track. Heat 2 of 3. Class 1A 8th grade girls 4x200. Griggsville, Perry, Millbrook, Delavan, Hampton, Lamoille, Allen, and Palatine Quest in that order. Griggsville, Perry there in lane 2. Hampton in lane 5. See where we're at here at the final handoff. Important to grab that baton and go. Folks, we might be side by side here as we come around the final turn here in the final 100. Griggsville Perry in lane 2, Delavan in lane 4, Hampton in lane 5. This is going to be a tight race here between Griggsville Perry in lane 2, maintaining that lead. Delavan in lane 4. But out of lane 2, unofficially, Griggsville Perry taking that heat. Moving on now to heat 3 of 3. Class 1A, 8th grade girls, 4x200 in lane 1, Peoria Limestone Walters. In 2, Royal Prairie View Ogden. In 3, Rossville Alvin. 4, Carrollton. 5, Danville Schlarman. 6, Jacksonville. 7, Peoria St. Jude. And 8, Kelowna. It's going to heat 3 of 3 here. The Class 1A 8th grade girls 4x2. Carrollton in lane 4. Jacksonville in 6. Peoria St. Jude in 7. Jacksonville there in lane 6. Might have been first to that handoff there at the halfway point. Again, Carrollton in lane 4, Danville Schlarman in 5, but Jacksonville in 6. Almost an even handoff there on the backstretch. I believe that's Carrollton, Danville Schlarman. Maybe on the inside of that, Rossville Alvin. It's going to be a tight side-by-side race here as we come into the final turn and the final 100 in lane 4, Carrollton. But on the outside, Peoria St. Jude. A great race there. Peoria St. Jude crossing that line first. Carrollton and Rossville Alvin. Moving on now to the Class 1A 8th grade boys 4x200 meter relay. 3 heats of this event. Heat number 1. In lane 3, Springfield St. Agnes. In 4, Cissna Park. In 5, LaSalle. And in 6, Inverness Holy Family. Once again, as a reminder, you can get live results on ShazamRacing.com. If you want to know where I'm getting my results, that's exactly where I'm looking. So ShazamRacing.com. And also, if you got folks that just couldn't be here today, they can follow along on our live stream, youtube.com/FrameFocusCreative, or you can find the link on the IESA website at IESA.org. Let's get on the track here. Heat 1 of 3 of the Class 1A 8th grade boys 4x200. Springfield, Cissna Park, LaSalle, Inverness. In that order. LaSalle and Cissna Park. Pretty much even there at the halfway point at that handoff. Might be keeping a bit of that stagger as well on the backstretch. We'll take a look here at our final exchange. LaSalle in lane 5, Sista Park in lane 4. And here we go, coming around the final turn. That is Sista Park in lane 4. A great last leg crossing that line first, Sista Park. Moving on to heat 2 of 3 of the Class 1A 8th grade boys 4x200. In lane 1, Champaign Next Generation. In 2, Millbrook. In 3, Silvis Eagle Ridge. In 4, Rossville Alvin. 5, Griggsville Perry. 6, Effingham Sacred Heart. 7, Danville Schlarman. And in 8, Kewanee Visitation. It's going to heat 2 of 3. Class 1A, 8th grade boys, 4x2. Again, Champaign Next Generation, Millbrook, Silvis, Rossville Alvin, Griggsville Perry, Effingham, Danville Schlarman, and Kewanee. In that order, inside out. Nice handoffs here on the front stretch. Kewanee Visitation on the outside. And close to first to the handoff there. Rossville Alvin there in lane 4. We'll take a look as they come around the final turn. We're going to be side by side here as we come around this final turn. We're going to have some change in position. Rossville Alvin in lane 4. Making a move. Silvis was on is in lane 3. Griggsville Perry in lane 5. Unofficially out of lane 4, Rossville Alvin crosses that line first. Moving on now to the Class 1A 8th grade boys 4x200 meter relay heat 3 of 3. Lane 1, Polo Applington. In 2, Washington St. Patrick. In 3, Peoria St. Jude. In 4, Kewanee Weathersfield. In 5, Plainfield St. Mary. In 6, Jacksonville Our Savior. In 7, Hamilton. And in Lane 8, Royal Prairie View Ogden. Your attention, please. I need the bus driver from the Leroy bus. Again, the bus driver from the Leroy bus to please report back to your bus. There's a light on in the bus, and we don't want you to get back there at the end of the day and have that battery drained. So once again, the bus driver for Leroy, please report back to your bus. Thank you. Kewanee Weathersfield in front, but Peoria St. Jude in lane 3, going to make a race of it here in the front stretch. Here we go, side by side. Peoria St. Jude has the momentum. And unofficially, Peoria St. Jude crossing that line first. Great race, Kewanee Weathersfield. In Hamilton, your top 3 unofficially. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the medal stand as we present our first awards here of the day. This time we're going to recognize our Class 1A 7th grade girls 4x200 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 2:02.88, Ottawa Wallace. In 7th place with a time of 2:01.97, Lincoln Chester East Lincoln. In 6th place with a time of 2:01.66, Evanston Academy. In 5th place with a time of 2 minutes, .92, Hamilton. In 4th place with a time of 2 minutes, .87, Milledgeville Chadwick. In 3rd place with a time of 1:59.97, Pekin Rankin. In 2nd place with a time of 1:57.84, Chicago Catherine Cook. And your IESA Class 1A 7th grade girls 4x200 meter relay state champions for 2026 with a state winning time of 1:57.40, Kewanee Weathersfield. On the track now, we have the Class 2A 7th grade girls 4x200 meter relay. Heat 1 of 2 in lane 2, Paris Crestwood. In lane 3, Elmhurst Immaculate Conception. In 4, Glen Ellen St. Petronil. In 5, Knoxville. In 6, Roanoke Benson. And in 7, Orland Park St. Michael. And that's Heat 1 of 2, Class 2A 7th grade girls 4x200 meter relay. Roanoke Benson there in lane 6. Glen Ellen St. Petronil in lane 4. A bit in front there at the the second handoff at the halfway point. Glen Ellen St. Petronil in lane 4. Roanoke Benson in 6. Knoxville in 5. But that is Glen Ellen crossing that line first. Moving on now to Heat 2 of 2 of the Class 2A 7th grade girls 4x200. In lane 1, Fox Lake Stanton. In 2, Rock Falls St. Andrew. In 3, Hayworth. 4, Springfield Christian. 5, Mount Olive. 6, Manlius Bureau Valley. 7, New Berlin. 8, Camp Point Central. It's going to Heat 2 of 2 here. Class 2A 7th grade girls 4x200. Fox Lake Stanton, Rock Falls, Hayworth, Springfield, Mount Olive, Manlius Bureau Valley, New Berlin, Camp Point Central. In that order, inside to out. Mount Olive there in lane 5 might have been first to the handoff. We got some movement going on here around the turn. Maybe Hayworth or Springfield Christian in there. Springfield Christian there in lane 4 in front. Mount Olive in lane 5. Hayworth in lane 3. But Springfield Christian crossing that line first with a great second half of the race there. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the medal stand once again as we recognize our athletes in the Class 1A 7th grade boys 4x200 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 1:57.18, LaSalle. In 7th place with a time of 1:55.70, Mount Prospect St. Emily. In 6th place with a time of 1:55.08, Woodstock St. Mary's. In 5th place with a time of 1:53.01, Carrollton St. John. In 4th place with a time of 1:52.88, Griggsville Perry. In 3rd place with a time of 1:52.65, Woodhull Allwood. In 2nd place with a time of 1:48.93, Kewanee Weathersfield. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champion in the 7th grade boys 4x200 meter relay with a state winning time of 1:46.52, Peoria St. Jude. On the track now, we have the Class 2A 7th grade boys 4x200 meter relay. Heat 1 of 3. In lane 3, Springfield Christian. In 4, Watsika. And 5, Orland Park St. Michael. Watsika in lane 4, Orland Park St. Michael in 5. And Springfield Christian there on the inside. Watsika open up a little bit of lead, but here comes Orland Park St. Michael closing that gap here on the backstretch. Orland Park wants to be first to that handoff. Actually evened out that stagger just a bit, but here comes Watsika back. Orland Park St. Michael not letting them get too far away, but that's Watsika in the front. In our final 100, opening up the lead just a little bit. And that is Watsika in the front. On the track, moving on now to Heat 2 of 3, Class 2A 7th grade boys 4x200. In lane 1, Rock Falls St. Andrew in 2, Lena Winslow in 3, Elmhurst Immaculate Conception. In 4, Mossville. In 5, Winchester. In 6, Evanston. And 7, Mount Prospect St. Raymond. In Heat 2 of 3, Class 2A, 7th grade boys, 4x2, Rock Falls, Lena Winslow, Elmhurst, Mossville, Winchester, Evanston, and Mount Prospect are your teams on the track. Mount Prospect there in lane 7. Mossville in 4. Mossville in lane 4. Winchester in lane 5, looking to make a race of it. Lena Winslow in lane 2 as well. Mossville out of lane 4. And I believe unofficially crosses that line first. Moving on now to Heat 3 of 3. Class 2A, 7th grade boys, 4x200. In lane 1, Effingham St. Anthony. In 2, Arthur. In 3, Assumption Central A&M. 4, Hayworth. 5, Normal Metcalf. 6, Prophetstown. 7, Brownstown. And in lane 8, Toulon Stark County. Lane 4 there. Might have been first to that handoff. That's Hayworth. Assumption Central in lane 3. Normal Metcalf in 5. Take a look as we come around the final turn. Hayworth there in lane 4. Lane 5, Normal Metcalf was your top 2. Assumption Central in lane 3. Again, that is Hayworth crossing that line first. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the award stand as we present the medals for the Class 1A 8th grade girls 4x200 meter relay. In eighth place with a time of 1:59.70, Kelowna. In 7th place with a time of 1:58.89, Royal Prairie View, Ogden. In 6th place with a time of 1:57.21, Peoria Limestone Walters. In 5th place with a time of 1:56.45, Jacksonville. In 5th place with a time of 1:55.70, Danville Schlarman. In 3rd place with a time of 1:55.34, Rossville Alvin. In 2nd place with a time of 1:54.72, Carrollton. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champion in the 8th grade girls 4x200 meter relay with a state winning time of 1:54.56, Peoria St. Jude.
The finalists in 1A boys 4x200 meter relay to report to awards immediately.
On the track, moving on to Class 2A, 8th grade girls 4x200 meter relay, heat 1 of 2 in lane 1, Peoria Heights in 2, Dakota in 3, Oakland Lake Crest in 4, Watseka, 5, Lexington, 6, Camp Point Central, 7, Chicago St. Clement, and 8, Wadsworth St. Patrick. Watseka there in lane 4, Lexington in lane 5. Would have been first year handoffs there right in the middle. Watseka in the front, out of lane 4. There's Peoria Heights in lane 1, making a race of it there from the inside. But it's Watseka crossing that line first in this heat 1 of 2.
The third and final call, Class 1A, 8th grade girls, 8th grade boys, 4x100
On track, moving on now to heat 2 of 2 of the Class 2A 8th grade girls 4x200 meter relay. In lane 1, Normal Metcalf. In 2, Green Valley Midwest Central. In 3, Sidell Salt Fork. In 4, Leroy. 5, Springfield Christian. 6, Effingham St. Anthony. 7, Aurora Holy Angels. And in lane 8, Oakwood. Springfield Christian taking that heat. Moving on now to the Class 2A 8th grade boys 4x200 meter relay. Heat 1 of 3. In lane 3, Joliet Laraway. In 4, Chicago Old St. Mary's. And in 5, Spring Valley Kennedy. Chicago Old St. Mary's in 4, Spring Valley Kennedy in 5.
8-2A girls 200.
Chicago Old St. Mary's crossing that line first in this first of 3 heats.
Yes.
On the track now, moving on to heat 2 of 3 of the Class 2A 8th grade boys 4x200 meter relay. In lane 1, Pingree Grove, Cambridge Lakes. In 2, Watsika. In 3, Prophetstown. In 4, Leroy. In 5, Camp Point Central. 6, Arthur. And 7, KZ Westfield. Get on the track here. We have heat 2 of 3, Class 2A 8th grade boys 4x200. It's like Leroy there in lane 4 might have been first to the handoff at the halfway point. Looks like going to be a tight race here coming around the final turn. We have Leroy in lane 4, Camp Point Central in 5, but don't rule out lane 1. That's Pingree Grove, Cambridge Lakes on the inside. And looks like Pingree Grove, Cambridge Lakes crossing that line first. Leroy and Camp Point Central.
I need the finalists in 7-1A boys pole vault to report to awards.
All right, let's turn our attention to the medal stand as we present the awards now for the Class 1A 8th grade boys 4x200 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 1:46.32, Polo Applington. In 7th place with a time of 1:46.18, Rossville Alvin. In sixth place with a time of 1:46.14, Jacksonville Our Savior. In fifth place with a time of 1:45.96, Washington St. Patrick. In fourth place with a time of 1:45.39, Plainfield St. Mary. In third place with a time of 1:45.10, Hamilton. In second place with a time of 1:41.29, Kewanee Wethersfield. And your 2026 Class 1A 8th grade champion in the boys 4x200 meter relay with a state winning time of 1:41.15, Peoria St. Jude. On the track now, we have our Class 2A 8th grade boys 4x200 meter relay. Heat 3 of 3 in lane 1, Springfield Christian. In 2, Champaign St. Matthew. In 3, Rockford Christian. In 4, Normal Metcalf. 5, Stewartson Strasburg. 6, Manlius Bureau Valley. 7, Whitehall North Green. And in lane 8, Pecatonica. And around the final turn here, Normal Metcalf is in lane 4. Stewartson Strasburg in 5. Rockford Christian in 3. But Normal Metcalf holds on to take the heat unofficially. Before we move on to our 4x100s here, we actually have a rerun of the Class 1A 8th grade boys 4x200. Out of lane 8 will be Royal Prairie View Ogden. Once again, this is our 8-1A boys. Rerun here. Royal Prairie View Ogden running in lane 8. Let's cheer them on. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the medal stand as we present the medals for the Class 2A 7th grade girls 4x200 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 2 minutes, .94, Glen Ellen St. Petronil. In 7th place with a time of 1:59.29, Rock Falls St. Andrew. In 6th place with a time of 1:59.18, Fox Lake Stanton. In 5th place with a time of 1:57.48, Manlius Bureau Valley. In 4th place with a time of 1:57.43, New Berlin. In 3rd place with a time of 1:56.68, Hayworth. In 2nd place with a time of 1:55.44, Mount Olive. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champion in the 7th grade girls 4x200 meter relay with a state winning time of 1:53.67, Springfield Christian. On the track, we're going to move on to the Class 1A 7th grade girls 4x100 meter relay. Heat 1 of 2. In lane 2, Peoria St. Vincent de Paul. In 3, LaSalle Dimmick. In 4, Dallas City. 5, Pearl City. 6, Utica Waltham. And 7, Rockford Christian Life. Again, Heat 1 of 2, Class 1A 7th grade girls 4x100. Pearl City there in lane 5. Dallas City in 4. Utica Waltham in 6. Let's take a look at the final handoff. Pearl City in 5. In lane 4, Dallas City going to make a run for it here. It is Pearl City out of lane 5. Took that first heat. Moving on now to heat 2 of 2 of the Class 1A 7th grade girls 4x100 meter relay. Lane 1, Milledgeville Chadwick. In 2, Ford Heights Cottage Grove. In 3, Chicago St. Josephat. 4, Springfield Christ the King. 5, Normal Epiphany. 6, Neoga. 7, Palmyra Northwestern. And 8, Streeter Woodland. In the Class 1A 7th grade girls 4x100. Heat 2 of 2. Lane 4, that's Springfield Christ the King. Out to quite a lead here. Normal Epiphany in 5, Neoga in 6. That is Springfield Christ the King crossing that line first. Normal Epiphany, Neoga in that order.
The finalists in the way.
On the track now, moving on to the Class 1A 7th grade boys 4x100 meter relay. 3 heats of this event. In heat number 1, lane 3, Lyle St. Joan of Arc. In 4, Champaign Garden Hills. And 5, Antioch Emmons. Again, Lyle, St. Joan of Arc, Champaign Garden Hills, Antioch Emmons. Lanes 3, 4, and 5 in this 4x100 meter relay, heat 1 of 3. Antioch Emmons on the outside, but on the inside, that's Lyle, St. Joan of Arc. Here comes Champaign Garden Hills in the middle. Going to make a race of it. That is Antioch Emmons crossing that line first.
Maxim Rimmers of Milledgeville, Chadwick, report to shot put.
On the track now, moving on to Class 1A, 7th grade boys, 4x100 meter relay, heat 2 of 3. Lane 1, Royal Prairie View, Ogden. 2, Palmyra Northwestern. 3, Rockdale. 4, Normal Epiphany. 5, Hamilton. 6, Galva. 7, Rossville, Alvin. And in lane 8, Newton, St. Thomas. Taking a look at our 1A 8th grade boys pole vault here. Ben Walk from Siegel St. Michael's looks like just cleared 2.84. AJ Hevner from Greenview.
Go ahead.
Something there as well. Back on the track here, we've got heat 2 of 3. Class 1A 7th grade boys, 4x100.
The first call, Class 2A, 7th grade boys pole vault. First call, Class 2A, 7th grade boys pole vault.
Rockdale there in lane 3. Normal Epiphany in 4. They're going to be side by side here coming to the line. I believe unofficially that was Rockdale crossing that line first in that heat 2 of 3. On the track now, moving on to the Class 1A 7th grade boys 4x100 meter relay, heat 3 of 3. In lane 1, Pearl City. In lane 2, Kinderhook Western. In 3, Greenfield. In 4, Piper City Tri-Point. In 5, Ford Heights Cottage Grove. In 6, Dallas City. In 7, Lincoln Chester East Lincoln. And in lane 8, Payson Seymour. Again, we have heat 3 of 3, Class 1A, 7th grade boys, 4x100 on the track now.
Third and
Piper City Tri-Point there in lane 4 in the middle. Greenfield in 3. Ford Heights Cottage Grove in 5. Dallas City 6. Kinderhook Western there in 2. We'll see how they stack up here coming into this final exchange. Too close to call here on the exchange, but that might be lane 5. That's Ford Heights Cottage Grove. But here we are side by side on the front stretch. Piper City Tri-Point in the middle. Wow, what a race. Too close to call from up here, but I'm going to look at Shazam Racing and see what they have. Piper City Tri-Point maybe there with a 52-51. Ford Heights Cottage Grove with a 52-53. Unofficial results. We'll turn our attention back to the medal stand here, folks, as we're going to recognize our Class 1A 7th grade boys pole vaulters. In 8th place with a vault of 2.2 meters from Findlay, Okaw Valley, Leo Lane. We had a tie for 6th with 2.20 meters from Peoria Hollis, Ronan Smallwood, and from Mendota Holy Cross, Mason Atherton. We also had a tie for 4th place with a vault of 2.36 meters from Siegel St. Michael's, Harvey McWhorter, and from Peoria St. Jude, Joseph Locke. In 3rd place with a vault of 2.52 meters from Neoga, Jace McKay. In 2nd place with a vault of 2.52 meters from Greenview, Milo Bacon. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champion in the 7th grade boys pole vault with a winning vault of 2.68 meters from Normal Epiphany, Jet Slaughter. On the track, we are moving on now to the Class 1A 8th grade girls 4x100 meter relay. Heat 1 of 2 in lane 2. Springfield Little Flower in 3. Grant Park in 4. Neoga 5. Peoria Pleasant Valley and 6. Kinderhook Western. Side-by-side race here for this first heat. I believe that's Neoga in lane 4. Peoria Pleasant Valley in 5. Springfield Little Flower in 2. Unofficially crossing that line first, Neoga, followed by Springfield Little Flower and Peoria Pleasant Valley. Let's turn our attention back to the medal stand, ladies and gentlemen, as we recognize our athletes here for the Class 2A 7th grade boys 4x200 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 1:51.99, Toulon Stark County. In 7th place with a time of 1:51.26, Effingham St. Anthony. In 6th place with a time of 1:50, Prophetstown. In 5th place with a time of 1:49.94, Brownstown. In 4th place with a time of 1:49.57, Arthur. In 3rd place with a time of 1:48.54, Assumption Central A&M. In 2nd place with a time of 1:47.55, Normal Metcalf. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champion in the 7th grade boys 4x200 meter relay with a state winning time of 1:45.58, Hayworth. On the track, we have the Class 1A 8th grade girls 4x100 meter relay, heat 2 of 2 in lane 1, St. Charles St. Patrick. In 2, Chicago Queen of Angels. In 3, Henry Saanachwine. 4, Milledgeville Chadwick. 5, Newark Lisbon. 6, Morton Blessed Sacrament. 7, Colfax Ridgeview. And 8, Ottawa Wallace.
Once again, athletes.
Morton Blessed Sacrament there in lane 6, but lane 4, Milledgeville Chadwick. Newark Lisbon in 5. And unofficially, Morton Blessed Sacrament crossing that line first. Milledgeville Chadwick and Newark Lisbon, your top 3 in that heat. On the track, moving on now to the Class 1A 8th grade boys 4x100 meter relay, heat 1 of 2. In lane 2, Chicago St. Eugene. In 3, Greenview. In 4, Kewanee Wethersfield. 5, St. Anne. 6, Newark Lisbon. And in lane 7, Buffalo Grove St. Mary. Get on the track right now, Class 1A 8th grade boys 4x100 meter relay. St. Anne in lane 5. They're to a lead in lane 6. That's Newark Lisbon. Kiwani Weathersfield in lane 4. Right now, that's St. Anne in lane 5, unofficially taking that heat. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the award stand as we present the medals for the Class 2A 8th grade girls 4x200 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 1:56.57, Peoria Heights. In 7th place with a time of 1:56.14, Normal Metcalf. In 6th place with a time of 1:55.60, Green Valley Midwest Central. In 5th place with a time of 1:55.19, Seidel Salt Fork. In 4th place with a time of 1:55.18, Watseka. In 3rd place with a time of 1:54.64, Effingham St. Anthony. In 3rd place with a time of 1:53.82, Aurora Holy Angels. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champion in the 8th grade girls 4x200 meter relay with a state winning time of 1:53.14, Springfield Christian. On the track, moving on now to Heat 2 of 2 of the Class 1A 8th grade boys 4x100. In lane 1, Champaign Judah Christian. In 2, Hartsburg Emden. 3, Bartonville Monroe. 4, Findlay Okaw Valley. 5, Greenfield. 6, Peoria Norwood. 7, Milledgeville Chadwick. And in lane 8, Normal Epiphany. It's again Heat 2 of 2. Class 1A 8th grade boys 4x100 on the track now. Findlay Okaw Valley there in lane 4. And unofficially crossing that line first is Findlay Okaw Valley, Peoria Norwood, and Greenfield. Your top 3. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the award stand. We're going to present the medals here for the Class 1A 7th grade boys discus throw. In 8th place with a throw of 31.67 meters from Potomac, Chad Cohen. In 7th place with a throw of 32.21 meters from Potomac, Jackson Girth. In 6th place with a throw of 32.58 meters from Neoga, Blake Fitzpatrick. In 5th place with a throw of 33.19 meters from Normal Epiphany, Matthew Krolowski. In 4th place with a throw of 33.29 meters from Bradford, Corey Stotler. In 3rd place with a throw of 38.18 meters from Peoria Limestone, Brecken Sturdivant. In 2nd place with a throw of 41.06 meters from Peoria Christian, Dennis Bowe. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champion in the 7th grade boys discus throw with a winning throw of 45.02 meters from Carrollton St. John, Justin Lake. On the track now, we have the Class 2A 7th grade girls 4x100 meter relay. Heat 1 of 3 in lane 1, Mansfield Blue Ridge in 2. Serena in 3, South Beloit. 4, Sidell Salt Fork. 5, Forreston. 6, Fox River Grove. 7, Winthrop Harbor North Prairie. And 8, Chicago Old St. Mary's. Winthrop Harbor North Point crossing that line first. Serena and Mansfield Blue Ridge, your top 3 unofficially in that heat. We'll now turn our attention to the medal stand as we present the awards for the Class 2A 8th grade boys 4x200 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 1:42.91, Whitehall North Green. In 7th place with a time of 1:42.58, Pecatonica. In 6th place with a time of 1:42.26, Champaign St. Matthew. In 5th place with a time of 1:41.32, Springfield Christian. In 4th place with a time of 1:41.01, Manlius Bureau Valley. In 3rd place with a time of 1:40.01, Rockford Christian. In 2nd place with a time of 1:39.67, Stewartson Strasburg. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champions in the 8th grade boys 4x200 meter relay with a state winning time of 1:37.98, Normal Metcalf. Moving on now to Heat 2 of 3, Class 2A 7th grade girls 4x100. Hayworth in lane 1, Bismarck Henning in 2, Paris Crestwood in 3, East St. Louis Young in 4, Arlington Heights St. James in 5, Bloomington Cornerstone in 6, Lanark Eastland in 7, and Camp Point Central in lane 8. East St. Louis Young in lane 4. Paris Crestwood in 3. Arlington Heights St. James in 5. East St. Louis Young in lane 4. Crossing that line first. Heat 3 of 3 of the Class 2A 7th grade girls 4x1. In lane 1, Bushnell Prairie City. In 2, Bloomington Corpus Christi. In 3, Dakota. 4, Kankakee Bishop McNamara. 5, Mossville. 6, Knoxville. 7, Joliet Laraway. And 8, Erie. Once again, Heat 3 of 3 here. Class 2A 7th grade girls 4x1. It's our fast heat. Kankakee Bishop McNamara there in the middle in lane 4. Dakota in 3. Mossville in 5. Let's see where we're at here at the final handoff coming around the final turn.
Already did it.
Side by side. Lane 3, Dakota. But there's lane 1, Bushnell Prairie City coming around the corner. Here we go. Too close to call from up here. Great race, great final leg. Maybe Joliet Laraway coming out of lane 7, folks. Joliet Laraway crossing that line first unofficially. Kankakee Bishop McNamara, Bushnell Prairie City, your top 3. Moving on now to the Class 2A 7th grade boys 4x100 meter relay. 3 heats of this event. Heat 1, lane 3, Wadsworth St. Patrick. Lane 4, Bismarck Kenning. And 5, Wheaton St. Michael. Wadsworth St. Patrick, Bismarck Henning, Wheaton St. Michael. Wadsworth St. Patrick crossing that line first. Bismarck Henning and Wheaton St. Michael. Heat 2 of 3, Class 2A, 7th grade boys, 4x1. Lane 2, Nauvoo-Calusa in 3. Glen Ellen St. Petronil, 4. Bloomington Corpus Christi, 5. Toledo Cumberland, 6. Knoxville, and 7. Spring Valley Kennedy. Toledo Cumberland there in lane 5. In front, Spring Valley Kennedy in lane 7. Glen Ellen St. Petronil in 3. Crossing that line first, Toledo Cumberland, Glen Ellen St. Petronil, and Bloomington Corpus Christi, your top 3 in that heat. Moving on to heat 3 of 3, Class 2A, 7th grade boys, 4x1. In lane 1, Kankakee Bishop McNamara. In 2, Decatur Robertson. 3, Forreston. 4, Rock Falls St. Andrew. 5, Argenta Oriena. 6, Waterman Indian Creek. 7, Havana. And 8, Oakwood. Rock Falls St. Andrew, Argenta Oriena. Lane 4 and 5, Forston in 3. But that is Rock Falls St. Andrew crossing that line first, Argenta Oriena.
Already made it. I'm going to make a third.
And Waterman Indian Creek, your top 3 in that heat. Moving on now to the Class 2A 8th grade girls 4x100 meter relay. In lane heat 2 heats of this event. In heat 1, lane 2, Evanston St. Thansis. In 3, Winona Fieldcrest. 4, Arthur. 5, Carthage. 6, Decatur Hope. And 7, Dalton Roosevelt. Once again, this is heat 1 of 2. Class 2A 8th grade girls 4x100 meter relay. Evanston, Winona, Fieldcrest, Arthur, Carthage, Decatur Hope, Dalton Roosevelt. In that order. Arthur there in lane 4. Quite a lead in this heat. Winona Fieldcrest, Carthage. Looks like Arthur crossing that line first. Winona Fieldcrest and Carthage are your top 3 in that heat. We'll turn our attention once again to our medal stand as we present the awards for the Class 1A 7th grade girls 4x100 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 57:26, Pearl City. In 7th place with a time of 57:24, Milledgeville Chadwick. In 6th place with a time of 57:01, Chicago St. Josephat. In fifth place with a time of 56.93, Ford Heights Cottage Grove. In fourth place with a time of 56.64, Palmyra Northwestern. In third place with a time of 56.14, Neoga. In second place with a time of 55.66, Normal Epiphany. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champion in the 7th grade girls 4x100 meter relay with a state winning time of 53.69, Springfield Christ the King. This is Heat 2 of 2. Class 2A 8th grade girls 4x100 lane 1, Mount Prospect St. Ramid 2, Forreston 3, Fisher 4, Rockford Christian 5, Camp Point Central 6, Kankakee Bishop McNamara 7, McNabb Putnam County 8, Mount Sterling Brown County. And here we come to the final exchange of this heat. Lane 3 is Fisher. Lane 5, Camp Point Central, but lane 4, here we go, Rockford Christian coming up. They want this race. Rockford Christian turning it on here in the final leg and unofficially takes this heat. Camp Point Central crossing in second and Fisher crossing in third. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the award stand one more time as we present our medals for the Class 1A 8th grade girls shot put. In 8th place with a throw of 9.04 meters from lad Stella Simpson. In 7th place with a throw of 9.2 meters from Effingham Margot Kojnicki. In 6th place with a throw of 9.2 meters from Colfax Ridgeview Blake Harris. In 5th place with a throw of 9.31 meters from Antioch Grass Lake, Brooklyn Michael. In 4th with a throw of 9.34 meters from Kelowna, Myra Kaiser. In 3rd place with a throw of 9.47 meters from Palestine, Brindley Nelson. In 2nd place with a throw of 9.48 meters from Greenview, Madeline Thompson. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champion in the 8th grade girls shot put with a winning throw of 10.03 meters from Cornell, Leah Smith.
Call Class 1A 8th grade boys shot put fight.
On the track, we've got the Class 2A 8th grade boys 4x100 meter relay, heat 1 of 2. Toulon Stark County in lane 2, Altamont in 3, Seidel Salt Fork in 4, Bushnell Prairie City in 5, Pingree Grove, Cambridge Lakes in 6, and Chicago St. Clement in lane 7. That heat coming around the final turn here, the final handoff. Altamont there in lane 3. Bushnell Prairie City in 5. Altamont maintaining that lead and crossing that line first. Bushnell Prairie City in second, and Sidell Salt Fork, your top three in that heat. Moving on now to Heat 2 of 2, Class 2A 8th grade boys 4x100 in lane 1, Fisher. In 2, Bismarck Henning. 3, Kankakee Bishop McNamara. 4, Camp Point Central. 5, Riverdale Washington. 6, Mount Carroll West Carroll. 7, Bloomington Corpus Christi. And 8, East St. Louis Young. Once again, Heat 2 of 2 here. Class 2A 8th grade boys 4x100. Final exchange. Too close to call. We are side by side, folks, right here in the front stretch. Camp Point Central, I believe, right there in the middle in lane 4 with a great final leg, crosses that line first. Riverdale, Washington, Kankakee, Bishop McNamara, Mount Carroll, West Carroll, and Bloomington Corpus Christi, your top 5 in that heat. Great race. That wraps up our 4x100 meter relays. We're going to move into our 200 meter dash finals here. Get some things set up. We'll begin our 200 meter dash finals. Of course, we'll start with our Class 1A 7th grade girls. Give us a few moments to get that set up and get our runners to that side of the track from our staging area. Great opportunity right now for me to recognize. I know they can't really hear me very well down there, but I bet they can hear you if you cheer loud enough for them. And that is our staging crew. There is a large crew of volunteers down there that are staging all of our athletes here for our running events, and they do a phenomenal job. If you saw that tent, it is crazy. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's let our staging crew hear you. Let's give them a great big round of applause. They do a fantastic job. Also, probably a good opportunity here to recognize our awards area as well. Again, they don't get a lot of fame and glory here, but they keep things running in our awards area. So also our staff that's down there, as well as some of our volunteer awards presenters here, Amy Mayer, Cheryl Stokes, Ken Anderson here today. We appreciate your help and keeping our awards moving smoothly and recognizing our athletes for their great accomplishments. Ladies and gentlemen, help me out here and recognize our awards team for helping us keep all things moving here today. Again, our 200-meter dash finals here will announce our first heat so they can begin as soon as they are ready. Again, this is the Class 1A 7th grade girls 200-meter dash, 2 heats of this event. Heat 1, Lane 2, Sophia Lemus from Mendota Holy Cross. Lane 3, London Linson from Fort Heights Cottage Grove. In Lane 4, Kennedy Kane from Monmouth ICS. Lane 5, Isabella McNeil from Neoga. And Lane 6, Amira Spencer from Madison. Once again, that is our Heat 1 of 2, the Class 1A 7th grade girls 200-meter dash.
Don't drop it out the window. Linking. Uh-oh. Okay, link. It's link. Yeah, it says link.
Need a coach from Fisher to West Box, please.
Once again, this is heat 1 of 2. Class 1A, 7th grade girls, 200-meter dash. Crossing that lane first, Isabella McNeil from Neoga. Heat 2 of 2. Lane 1, Ramaya Pirtle from Peoria Pleasant Hill. In 2, Ela Kelly from East Peoria Robine. In 3, Charlotte Tazinski from St. Charles St. Patrick. In 4, Mia Woods from Springfield Christ the King. In 5, Honor Montgomery from Morris Nettle Creek. In 6, Vivian Rice from Chicago St. Josephat. In 7, Grace Parker from Washington St. Patrick. And in lane 8, Emily Van Houten from Springfield Christ the King.
Get that tape around the cable then. Because if it does slide, that'll.
Let's get, here we go. Heat 2 of 2. Class 1A, 7th grade girls, 200-meter dash coming around the turn.
Tape it again.
Mia Woods from Springfield Christ the King. They're in the middle in lane 4. Race here might be for second place. Mia Woods from Springfield Christ the King out front. Vivian Rice from Chicago St. Josephat there in lane 6. It is Mia Woods from Springfield Christ the King crossing that line first. Honor Montgomery from Morris Nettle Creek in there in second. Unofficial results. Moving on now to the Class 1A 7th grade boys 200-meter dash. 3 heats of this event. Heat number 1, lane 3, Kip Milas from LaSalle. In 4, Owen Crandall from Woodhull. In 5, Daniel Fernandez from Buffalo Grove St. Mary. It's again heat 1 of 3. Class 1A 7th grade boys 200-meter dash.
That's what I said. Can you watch it for me?
Maintaining that stagger there as they come around the turn. Owen Crandall from Woodhull in lane 4. Daniel Fernandez from Buffalo Grove in lane 5. Owen Crandall crossing that line first. Heat 2, lane 1, Ian Kendrick from Kinderhook Western. In 2, Cooper Johnson from Bartonville Monroe. In 3, Zeus Cabrera from Springfield St. Agnes. In 4, Henry Hillison from Polo Applington. In 5, Deonta Lynch from Fort Heights Cottage Grove. In 6, Oliver Dieters from Siegel St. Michael's. And in 7, Noah Hayden from Payson Seymour. Again, heat 2 of 3 here, Class 1A, 7th grade boys, 200-meter dash on the track now. Deonta Lynch from Fort Heights Cottage Grove there in lane 5. Oliver Dieters from Siegel St. Michael's in lane 6. Henry Hilson from Polo Applington in lane 4. Oliver Dieters from Siegel St. Michael's unofficially crossing that line first. Folks, let's turn our attention back to our medal stand as we present our awards here this morning to our Class 2A 7th grade girls high jumpers. We had a three-way tie for 6th place, all with 1.38 meters from Knoxville, Blakely Dunker. From Altamont, Kaylee Ruffner. And from Mazan Verona, Riley Hurley. In 5th place, with a jump of 1.38 meters from Effingham, Sophie Cabs. We also had a two-way tie for 3rd place, both with jumps of 1.44 meters from Knoxville, Harper Simpson, and from Assumption Central A&M, Harlow Bourne. In 2nd place with a jump of 1.47 meters from Arlington Heights, Avery Scogland. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champion in the 7th grade girls high jump with a winning jump of 1.5 meters from Forreston, Aaliyah Quinzer. On the track here, we have heat 3 of 3 of the Class 1A 7th grade boys 200-meter dash in lane 1. Hank Witt from Jerseyville St. Francis in lane 2. Iwanosa Ogbomo from Plainfield St. Mary in lane 3. Winston Snyder from Peoria St. Jude. In lane 4, Cruz Comnick from Lincoln Chester East Lincoln. In lane 5, Gavin Cox from Carolyn. 6, Elliott Covert from Dallas City. 7, Jess Meza from Kewanee Weathersfield. And in lane 8, Darren Weeks from Peoria Pleasant Hill. Here we go. Cruz Cominick from Lincoln Chester East Lincoln there in lane 4. Leaning into it. Great girls 200-meter dash. Heat 1 of 3. In lane 2, Jocelyn French from Windsor. In lane 3, Felicity Lane from Peoria Limestone Walters. In lane 4, Claire Matthews from Milford. In lane 5, Evelyn Cecilia from Chicago Queen of Angels. In lane 6, Geraldine Walker from Jacksonville. In lane 7, Adeline Toifuku from Palatine Quest. And in lane 8, Madison Ho from Peoria St. Jude.
I don't know if you're showing me at all anymore. I cut out. Showing track?
Again, heat 1 of 3. Class 1A, 8th grade girls, 200-meter dash. On the track now. Evelyn Cecilia from Chicago Queen of Angels there in lane 5.
Check the yellow cable.
It is Evelyn crossing that line first. Jocelyn French from Windsor right behind her. All right, your attention back to the medal stand. This time we're going to recognize our Class 1A 8th grade boys pole vaulters. We had a tie for 6th place, so both receiving 6th place medals with a vault of 2.36 meters from Marseilles Milton Pope, Damon Witt, and from Kewanee Weathersfield, Max Schultz. In 5th place with a vault of 2.52 meters from Peoria St. Jude, Patrick Zopel. In 4th place with a vault of 2.52 meters from Findlay-Okaw Valley, Levi Gotts. In 3rd place with a vault of 2.68 meters from Neoga, Gage Noren. In 2nd place with a vault of 2.76 meters from Greenview, A.J. Hevner. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champion in the 8th grade boys pole vault with a state winning vault of 2.92 meters from Siegel St. Michael's, Ben Walk. Here back on the track, we have heat 2 of 3 of the Class 1A 8th grade girls 200-meter dash. In lane 1, Zanaya Greer from Jacksonville. In lane 2, Sarah Monses from Newark Lisbon. In lane 3, Rebecca Heck from Carrollton. In lane 4, Jordan Rowe from Henry Sanachwine. In lane 5, Annabelle Imangeki from Normal Epiphany. In lane 6, Charlie Schutz from Royal Prairie View Ogden. In lane 7, Riley Eggenberger from Cornell. And in lane 8, Haley Hood from Hampton.
I need the finalists of the 8-1-8 girls 4x100
I think it was the battery
meter relay
because
report to
that's all I had to swap.
8-1-8 boys 4x100 meter report to awards. Finalists in the 7-2-8 girls 4x100 meter relay report to awards. And the finalists in the 7-2-8 girls 4x100
Thanks for coming up
meter relay report to awards.
Jordan Rowe from Henry Sanachwine in the middle there in lane 4. Your lead coming around the turn, and she crosses the line first. Riley Eggenberger from Cornell in second in that heat. Heat 3 of 3 for Class 1A 8th grade girls 200 in lane 1. Bliss Bear from Neoga. In 2, Evangeline Helmig from Colfax Ridgeview. In lane 3, Malia Bullock from Elwood. In lane 4, Maya Wisa from Newark Lisbon. In 5, Leah Duffy from Morton Blessed Sacrament. In 6, Kiera Foster from Normal Epiphany. 7, Kaylee Shriver from Milledgeville Chadwick. And in lane 8, Sadie Gorsage from Washington St. Patrick. Again, this is heat 3 of 3. Class 1A 8th grade girls 200-meter dash. Maya Wisa from Newark Lisbon. They're in lane 4. Leah Duffy from Morton Blessed Sacrament in 5. Leah Duffy from Morton Blessed Sacrament crossing that line first. Maya from Newark Lisbon in second. Kiera Foster from Normal Epiphany. Unofficial, your top 3.
Sylvie Pennick of Grays Lake Prairie Crossing report to stage J.
Time now for the Class 1A 8th grade boys 200-meter dash. 2 heats of this event. Heat 1, lane 1, Patrick Conley from Plainfield St. Mary. 2, Alexander Page from Kelowna. 3, Caleb Likens from Bartonville Monroe. 4, Bram Chapman from Bloomington St. Mary's. 5, Wolfie Strofek from Geneva St. Peter. In 6, Dimitri Sartori from Marseilles Milton Pope. And 7, Jameson Hines from Rossville Alvin. Again, this is heat 1 of 2. 1A, 8th grade boys, 200. Wolfie Strofek from Geneva St. Peter there in lane 5. We'll see who crossed that line first. It was Dimitri Sartori from Marseille's Milton Pope. Alexander Page from Kelowna.
I'll explain it to him now.
And Wolfie Strofek from Geneva St. Peter, your top 3 in that heat.
All of the race
I need the
be shown from me.
7 to 1A.
None of the racing to be shown. He just wants them being shown as soon as the race.
Moving on now on the track to Class 1A, 8th grade boys, 200-meter dash, heat 2 of 2. In lane 1, Brody Glenn from Lincoln West, Lincoln Broadwell. In 2, Paxton Strader for Peoria St. Jude. In 3, Rohan Kotak from the Inverness Holy Family. In 4, Carter Purcell from Finley Oakall Valley. In 5, Dave Alcanjari from Inverness Holy Family. In 6, Marvion Gilmore from Madison. 7, Lucas Class from Carrollton. In lane 8, Grady Costello from Greenfield.
Yeah, that's how you want to do it.
Parker Phillips up against St. Anthony. Dave Coleman of Rockford Christian report to staging.
It's again heat 2 of 2 here, the Class 1A 8th grade boys 200-meter dash. Great race there, gentlemen. Carter Purcell from Finley Oakall Valley and Dave Alcanjari from Inverness Holy Family, your top 2.
I mean, no, you could find clips and post them in of like things they're looking for.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the medal stand. We're going to present our medals here for the Class 1A 8th grade girls 4x100-meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 56:50, Ottawa Wallace. In 7th place with a time of 55:45, St. Charles St. Patrick. In 6th place with a time of 55:44, Chicago Queen of Angels. In 5th place with a time of 55:34, Colfax Ridgeview. In 4th place with a time of 54:74, Henry Senechwine. In 3rd place with a time of 54:15, Newark Lisbon. In 2nd place with a time of 54, Milledgeville Chadwick. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champion in the 8th grade girls 4x100-meter relay with a state winning time of 53, Aaliyah Wallace from Spring Valley Kennedy. In 4, Maggie Beecher from Paris Crestwood. In 5, Cora Nims from New Berlin. In 6, Lily Sellers from Toulon Stark County. In 7, Casey Temple from Erie. And in 8, Jillian Knight from Cowden Herrick.
Which
This is the first call, Class 1A 8th grade girls high jump flight 1. First call, Class 2A 8th grade boys discus flight 2.
Heat 2 of 3. Class 2A 7th grade girls 200 on the track. Maggie Beecher from Paris Crestwood there in lane 4 in the middle. It is Maggie Beecher from Paris Crestwood crossing that line first. Kaylee Willis from East St. Louis Young in second, unofficially. Heat 3 of 3. In lane 1, Callie Ruffner from Altamont. In 2, Vivian Pierce from Peoria St. Philomena. In 3, Addison Abel from Peoria Heights. In 4, London Bean from Decatur Robertson. In 5, Alana Walker from Peoria Heights. In lane 6, Anna Partington from Rock Falls St. Andrew. In 7, CV Folk from Dakota. And in lane 8, Emmeline Buckholz from Mount Carroll, West Carroll. Heat 3 of 3, Class 2A, 7th grade girls, 200-meter dash. London Bean from Decatur Robertson. They're in lane 4. Atlanta Walker from Peoria Heights. It's your unofficial winner of that heat. London Bean from Decatur Robertson, Stevie Folk from Dakota, and Anna Partington from Rock Falls St. Andrew, your unofficial top 3 in that heat. Ladies and gentlemen, let's direct our attention back to the medal stand here as we present our awards for the Class 1A 8th grade boys 4x100 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 50:98, Kiwani Weathersfield. In 7th place with a time of 50:71, Newark Lisbon. In 6th place with a time of 50:55, St. Anne. In 5th place with a time of 50:50, Milledgeville Chadwick. In 4th place with a time of 50:33, Bartonville Monroe. In 3rd place with a time of 49:27, Greenfield. In 2nd place with a time of 48:82, Peoria Norwood. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champion in the 8th grade boys 4x100 meter relay with a state winning time of 47:97, Findlay Okaw Valley.
The second call, Class 1A, 8th grade girls high jump, flight 1. Call, Class 2A, 8th grade boys, flight 2.
On the track, we're moving on to Class 2A, 7th grade boys 200 meter dash heat 1 of 3. In lane 3, Daniel Rankins from Hazel Crest, Jesse White. In lane 5, Braden Grisby from Whitehall North Green.
I need the 728 boys 4x100 meter relay team from Waterman Indian Creek Group. Warfield,
Put a new
Pennsylvania.
battery in. The battery's full.
I know. Thank you. Appreciate it. Woo! There it goes.
I just got it to green. There we go. Alright, Ben. I'm holding it in my hand. I got it to green for a second, and it's like fluctuating. So far, let me look at your camera, Paul.
Go ahead, Matt.
Heat 2 of 3. In lane 1, Jake Schaub from Brownstown. In lane 2, Hayden Bryan from Prophetstown. In lane 3, Waylon Miller from Arthur. In lane 4, Penn Peter from Glen Ellen St. Petronil. In lane 5, Nathaniel Gonzalez from Sparlin Midland. In lane 6, Jeremiah Kubkowski from South Beloit. In 7, Stephen O'Neill from Grays Lake Prairie Crossing. And in 8, Ty Hudson from Libertyville St. Joseph.
I need the 718 girls discus finalists to report to awards immediately. 718 girls discus finalists to awards.
Is it a channel issue probably?
He's gonna come and doing his weird thing, so watch out.
I'm gonna keep it on Derek's camera for a minute so I can figure so you come back here.
You're on me, I know.
Finalists in the 718 girls 200 to report to awards immediately.
Again, this is heat 2 of 3. Class 2A, 7th grade boys, 200-meter dash. Penn Peter from Glen Ellen St. Petronil there in the middle in lane 4. Penn crossing that line first, unofficially takes that heat. All right, let's turn our attention to the award stand. We're going to present our medals for the Class 1A 7th grade boys 4x100-meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 54:19, Rockdale. In 7th place with a time of 53:68, Lincoln Chester East Lincoln. In 6th place with a time of 53:37, Dallas City. In 5th place with a time of 53:33, Pearl City. In 4th place with a time of 53:01, Greenfield. In 3rd place with a time of 52:84, Kinderhook Western. In 2nd place with a time of 52:79, Payson Seymour. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champions in the 7th grade boys, 4x100-meter relay with a state winning time of 52:51, Piper City Tri-Points. On the track, moving on now to heat 3 of 3 of the Class 2A 7th grade boys 200-meter dash. In lane 1, Ethan Giles from Bismarck Henning. In lane 2, Josiah Quates from Decatur Hope. In lane 3, Easton Caraway from Altamont. In 4, Mason Miller from Chicago Old St. Mary's. In 5, Rosani Page Williams from Peoria Heights. In 6, Nash Heaney from Effingham St. Anthony. In 7, Brody Bouthett from New Berlin. And lane 8, Ethan Gassman from Lanark Eastland.
No, which one's the lead headset? The red one? Red one. It's right there.
Okay, with red it should be whoever is manning this camera.
You want this to be red?
Yes, because that's the most central local point.
I just didn't know how service you get down there is.
I mean, I don't know how it is up there. I had it all day
I'm-
yesterday and I was everywhere.
But you were also down
My
there.
end was fine because I had the red. But
It's again heat 3 of 3.
I'm talking about more.
2A 7th grade boys 200.
I don't know. It's all good.
Ethan Giles in lane 1 for Bismarck Henning, looking to spoil this a bit from the inside.
this is the most centralized point. If it's back here, someone just
Wow, folks, look at that run from the inside. Ethan Giles from Bismarck Henning unofficially takes the heat. Mason Miller from Chicago Old St. Mary's and Easton Caraway from Altamont, your top 3.
Microphone down. He just suddenly started doing words. I literally was listening for it and I couldn't hear because I took my headset off because of that. I just couldn't hear words being announced anymore with all of everyone's microphones down, talking through the microphones between you and the announcer.
All right, on the track, Class 2A, 8th grade girls 200-meter dash, heat 1 of 3. In lane 2, Francesca Del Medico from Downers Grove. In lane 3, Campbell Tubbs from Leroy. In lane 4, Taylor Brownlee from Nauvoo-Calusa. In lane 5, Miranda Pratt from Arthur. In lane 6, Alex Stoltz from Normal Metcalf. And in lane 7, Julia Montgomery from Chicago St. Clement.
because when I film from this side, it has it, but now it's creating it in the center as well. Like when I'm trying to do the awards podium, it's now not stable there too for some reason. Before, I can't
Campbell
tell
Tubbs
what's
from
happening.
Leroy there in lane 3.
And I don't know
Out
if
to
you'll
a
see it,
lead here in this
the awards
first
podium.
of 3 heats.
So previously, I could lock
Campbell crossing that line
exactly what I
first.
wanted to do. Now, do you see it shifting?
Taylor Brownlee from Nauvoo-Calusa in second unofficially. Heat 2 of 3. Class 2A 8th grade girls 200-meter dash in lane 1. Iris Gennebacher from Camp Point Central. In 2, Addie Blakely from Lena Winslow. In lane 3, Nadia Price from Glassford Illini Bluffs. In 4, Sylvie Panic from Grays Lake Prairie Crossing. In 5, Emery Thomas from Knoxville. In 6, Anna Becerra from Arcola. In 7, Kimora Rideout from Decatur Hope. And in 8, Janelle Ballard from Rockford Montessori.
This is the first call, Class 2A, 7th grade girls shot put flight 1. First call, Class 2A, 7th grade girls shot put flight 1.
I keep looking at my phone, has a million notifications going off. Did you get it to lock over here right now too? Thank you. No, you fixed it completely. Like this is Ben couldn't figure this portion out because he had it where it would bounce over here too. So we're all good now. Dude, that's awesome. Thank you. He'll be excited about it. You got me?
Quick note here, folks. After we finish the 200s here, we got the girls Class 2A 200s and the boys Class 2A 8th grade 200s. We're going to take a break on the track. Field events will continue, and we will continue with awards during that break. Allow our staff to grab some lunch here, take a 20-minute break. So, again, we'll do that after the 200s are complete. Here on the track, again, Heat 2 of 3.
Yeah, it's locking good now.
Sylvie Panic from Grays Lake Prairie Crossing and Anna Becerra from Arcola, your top 2, unofficially crossing that line. All right, here we go. Let's return our attention to the award stand as we present the medals for the Class 2A 7th grade boys 4x100-meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 53:15, Wadsworth St. Patrick. In 7th place with a time of 52:96, Oakwood. In 6th place with a time of 52:80, Havana. In 5th place with a time of 52:60, Toledo Cumberland. In 4th place with a time of 51:99, Forreston. In 3rd place with a time of 51:93, Waterman Indian Creek. In 2nd place with a time of 51:13, Argenta Oriena. And your 2026 Class 2A 7th grade boys 4x100-meter relay champions with a state winning time of 50.39, Rock Falls St. Andrew. Back on the track, we have Heat 3 of 3 of the Class 2A 8th grade girls 200-meter dash. In lane 1, Macy Sukkett from Springfield Christian. In lane 2, Kaylin Baumkemper from Effingham St. Anthony. In lane 3, Briar Cummins from Oakland Lake Crest. In 4, Sarah Carden from Rockford Christian. In lane 5, Miley Christensen from McNabb Putnam County. In 6, Emma Kaufman from Champaign St. Matthew. In 7, Shay Dangerfield from Moments. In lane 8, Aaliyah Turner from East St. Louis Young. It's again Heat 3 of 3, Class 2A 8th grade girls 200 on the track now. It's our fast heat here. Emma Kaufman from Champaign St. Matthew in lane 6 in the lead. Unofficial results here. Emma Kaufman from Champaign St. Matthew crossing that line first. Sarah Carden from Rockford Christian and Briar Cummins from Oakland Lake Crest, your top thriller from Schaumburg Christian. It's again heat 1 of 4. Class 2A 8th grade boys 200-meter dash. Let's get another reminder after this event here. We will take a break in the running events for about 20 minutes or so, allow some of our staff to take a short break. And we will continue with field events. That will not stop, and we will continue with awards as well. So if you have a result and you get an award and you haven't gotten it yet, please make sure you make your way to awards during that break.
I need the 8-2A girls 4x100 meter team from Kankakee Bishop McNamara to report to awards.
Speaking of awards, we're going to present our medals here for the Class 2A 7th grade girls 4x100 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 55:42, Bloomington Corpus Christi. In 7th place with a time of 55:27, Paris Crestwood. In 6th place with a time of 55:11, Mossville. In 5th place with a time of 54:73, Dakota. In 4th place with a time of 54:55, Bushnell Prairie City. In 3rd place with a time of 54:53, Kankakee Bishop McNamara. In 2nd place with a time of 54:53, East St. Louis Young. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champion in the 7th grade girls 4x100 meter relay with a state winning time of 54:33, Joliet Laraway.
First call, Class 2A, 8th grade pole ball, flight 1.
All right,
This is
going
the
back over.
second call, Class
You can
2A,
show Ben if you
7th
want,
grade
but-
girls shot put, flight 1.
In lane 1, Christian Weber from Swartland Midland. Lane 2, Noah Fries from Stewart and Strasburg. In lane 3, Gavin Schramm from Normal Metcalf. In lane 4, Owen Jones from Louisville North Clay. In lane 5, DeMontre Enos from Riverdale, Washington. Lane 6, Carson Trim from Bunker Hill Wolf Ridge. And 7, Tyson Miles from Toledo Cumberland. Crossing that line first here for this heat, Gavin Schramm from Normal Metcalf. DeMontre Enos from Riverdale, Washington, your top 2 in that heat. Heat number 3, in lane 1, Kendrick McGee from Rockford Montessori. In lane 2, Cole Smith from Chicago. In lane 3, Parker Phillips from Effingham St. Anthony. In lane 4, Chase Ioder from Manulus Bureau Valley. In lane 5, Emmanuel Creel from Spring Valley Kennedy. In lane 6, Declan Scroggins from Pecatonica. In 7, Bentley Haas from Mount Carroll West Carroll. And in lane 8, Harrison Hodge from Rock Falls St. Andrew. Heat 3 of 4. here of the Class 2A 8th grade boys 200-meter dash. Here we go. Lane 4. Shazam Racing. But check out lane 2, I believe. Cole Smith. Take a look here. Cole Smith from Chicago. Chase Iota from Alias Bureau Valley, and Bentley Haas from Mount Carroll, West Carroll. Your top 3. Heat 4 of 4 here, the Class 2A 8th grade boys 200-meter dash. In lane 1, Joseph Bosaninga from Springfield, Blessed Sacrament. In 2, Edward Bickett from Toulon, Stark County. In 3, Max Badinger from Washington, Beverly Manor. In lane 4, Dane Homan from Rockford Christian. In lane 5, Andin Kochever from Prophetstown. In 6, Joey Richter from Stewart's and Strasburg. In lane 7, Kieran Bowe Gronwald from Rockford Christian. In lane 8, Liam Rowe from Peoria, St. Philomena. Let's get heat 4 of 4 here. Class 2A 8th grade boys 200. We're going to be side by side coming into the turn. Dane Homan from Rockford Christian in lane 4.
Come on.
And in Kochever from Prophetstown in lane 5. That is Dane Holman from Rockford Christian. Takes that heat unofficially. And in Kochever from Prophetstown. And Johnny Richter from Stewartson Strasburg, your top 3 in that heat. That concludes our 200s here on the track. We are going to take a 20-minute break here on the track in the track events. So we'll come back on the track events here at 12:50. So that is 20 minutes from now. But we are going to continue with awards. So if you are on a results sheet and you're getting an award, please make sure you report to the awards area. We're going to continue handing out awards during this break period. And then also the field events will continue during this break. So field events will continue, but we are going to continue with awards. So once again, if you are receiving an award and you have not been to the award stand yet, please make sure you're checking the results sheets, and we're going to keep handing out awards here during this short break. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the award stand. We're going to present the medals for the Class 2A 8th grade girls 4x100-meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 55:26, Mount Sterling, Brown County. In 7th place with a time of 54:87, Forreston. In 6th place with a time of 54:52, Arthur. In 5th place with a time of 54:22, McNabb, Putnam County. In 4th place with a time of 53:97, Kankakee, Bishop McNamara. In 3rd place with a time of 53:60, Fisher. In 2nd place with a time of 53:55, Camp Point Central. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champions in the 8th grade girls 4x100-meter relay with a state winning time of 53:35, Rockford Christian.
Athletes, I need the 8-2A boys 4x100-meter relay team finalists to report to awards immediately. I need the 7-1-8 girls discus finalists to report to awards immediately. 7-1A girls 200-meter dash finalists to report to awards. The 7-1A boys 200-meter dash finalists to report to awards. The 8-1A girls 200-meter dash finalists to report to awards. The 7-2A girls 200-meter dash finalists to report to awards. The 8-1A boys 200-meter dash finalists to report to awards. The 8-2A girls high jump finalists to report to awards. The 7-2A boys 200-meter dash finalists to report to awards. And the 8-2A girls 200-meter dash finalists to report to awards. Please report.
Safe to say, if you have a results sheet down there and you have not reported to awards, now would be a great time to do that. So please do that as quickly as you can. We're going to hand out as many awards and recognize as many of our athletes as we can here during this break period. So once again, if you've got a results sheet down there and you're getting an award, you're top 8, either team or individual, please make sure you report to the awards area. We want to hand out as many medals as we possibly can, recognize as many of our athletes here as we can during this break period on the track. Once again, field events are continuing, so lots of action still going on here in our field events. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the medal stand as we present the Class 1A 7th grade girls discus throw. In 8th place with a throw of 22.48 meters from Kiwani Weathersfield, London Russell. In 7th place with a throw of 23.41 meters from Loston Tonica, Ziva Zachary. In 6th place with a throw of 24.21 meters from LaSalle, Sierra Biagiani. In 5th place with a throw of 24.98 meters from Millbrook, Nora Colbarts. In 4th place with a throw of 25.68 meters from Newton St. Thomas, Audrey Ernst. In 3rd place with a throw of 25.83 meters from LaSalle Dimmick, Brindley Pisca. In 2nd place with a throw of 26.58 meters from Findlay Okaw Valley, Ava McQuilling. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champion in the 7th grade girls discus throw, with a state-winning throw of 28.26 meters from LaSalle Dimmick, Adela Turgalati. Sorry, Adela. Congratulations. Once again, if you were top 8 on those results sheets and you have not reported to awards, please make sure you do so. We're going to hand out many awards here in our break. When we get done with our break here on the track, we'll come back with our 800-meter run. We're going to recognize our Class 1A 7th grade boys 200-meter dash top 8. In 8th place with a time of 26:47 from Kinderhook Western, Ian Kendrick. In 7th place with a time of 26:38 from Polo Applington, Henry Hillison. In 6th place with a time of 26:17 from Carrollton St. John, Gavin Cox. In 5th place with a time of 26:15 from Jerseyville, Hank Witt. In 4th place with a time of 26:07 from Fort Heights, Deonta Lynch. In 3rd place with a time of 25:98 from Kiwani Weathersfield, Jess Meza. In second place with a time of 25.94 from Siegel St. Michael's, Oliver Dieters. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champion in the 7th grade boys 200-meter dash with a state-winning time of 25.70 from Lincoln Chester, Cruz Komnick. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the medal stand. We're going to recognize our Class 1A 7th grade girls 200-meter dash. In 8th place with a time of 28.70 from Morris Nettle Creek, Honor Montgomery. In 7th place with a time of 28.69 from Peoria, Ramaya Purtle. In 6th place with a time of 28.56 from Springfield, Emily Van Houten. In 5th place with a time of 28.46 from Washington St. Patrick, Grace Parker. In 4th place with a time of 28.24 from St. Charles, Charlotte Tuzinski. In 3rd place with a time of 28.22 from Neoga, Isabella McNeil. In 2nd place with a time of 27.98 from Chicago, Vivian Rice. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champion in the 7th grade girls 200-meter dash with a state-winning time of 27.03 from Springfield Christ the King, Mia Woods.
Should have Joe wrap this one for practice. No.
You're gonna have to wrap all my cords up later.
I'll be here till probably 9:30. That's if you go quite quick. So do you essentially you have one going that way, one going that way, and then one going like that way?
But this one's on a hose thing, so I could just. That one is older and.
I know. Thank you. All the things I wanted. I don't know. Demanding? Demanding is probably more apt.
Might not even have the font the way you want it.
I wish them would put another package out.
Thanks.
You want me to reprint everything to the last one?
No, I just needed that one.
Finally got rid of them.
He's under the ship M10 now. He's working with you guys yesterday. We kicked him out.
Working where?
He's working with you guys today. We kicked him out.
All right, appreciate your patience here. We are going to recognize our ladies here on the medal stand. So if you want to step up, these are our Class 2A 7th grade girls 200-meter dash. In 8th place, with a time of 28:23 from Peoria, St. Philomena, Vivian Pierce. In 7th place, with a time of 28:17 from Mount Carroll, Emmeline Buckholtz. In 6th place, with a time of 27:99 from Altamont, Callie Ruffner. In 5th place, with a time of 27:98 from Joliet Laraway, DeAsia Washington. In 4th place, with a time of 27:88 from Paris Crestwood, Maggie Beecher. In 3rd place, with a time of 27:71 from Rock Falls, Anna Partington. In 2nd place, with a time of 27:59 from Dakota, Stevie Folk. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champion in the 7th grade girls 200-meter dash with a state-winning time of 27:24 from Decatur Robertson, London Bean.
This is the first call, class 1A, 7th grade girls, 7th grade boys, 800-meter run. First call, 7th grade girls, 7th grade boys, 800-meter run, class 1A.
Yeah, hopefully it's this weekend. No, he's getting food. He's not at your tent.
No, but I've been talking to the people who at the booth. Like just talking.
We need to have like
We need a muffler on him.
tape over his mouth when he walks down there. Hey, it's Noah's bill. That's all to Noah.
It's part of their tactic.
Part of the tech.
Like, was not going to say yes if he knows about it.
So why did you change the company's name? Oh, don't worry about it. Just kidding. Just kidding. That was just Joe.
I asked him, I'm like, so you're part of this?
Please direct your attention back to the medal stand. We're going to present the medals for the Class 1A 8th grade girls 200-meter dash. In 8th place, with a time of 27:67 from Colfax Ridgeview, Evangeline Helmig. In 7th place, with a time of 27:55 from Henry Senechwine, Jordan Rowe. In 6th place, with a time of 27:50 from Elwood, Malia Bullock. In 5th place, with a time of 26:86 from Neoga, Bliss Bear. In 4th place, with a time of 26:86 from Milledgeville, Kaylee Schreier. In 3rd place, with a time of 26:76 from Normal Epiphany, Kiera Foster. In 2nd place, with a time of 26:40 from Newark, Lisbon, Maya Wisa. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champion in the 8th grade girls 200-meter dash with a state-winning time of 26:31 from Morton Blessed Sacrament, Leah Duffy.
Move a little bit over.
Oh, yes.
He got worse. He started moving like that on the stage. Like when I go to the awards, he was doing that there too. So he helped to lock the whole thing, and I don't know what he did. Tripods are weird because they seem simple, but then there's that weird genetic bad thing. I don't know how he fixed it.
All right, turn your attention back to the medal stand. We're going to present our medals for the Class 2A 8th grade girls 200-meter dash. In 8th place, with a time of 27:81 from Normal Metcalf, Alex Stolitz. In 7th place, with a time of 27:79 from Arcola, Anna Becerra. In 6th place, with a time of 27:66 from Nauvoo Calusa, Taylor Brownlee. In 5th place, with a time of 27:63 from Grayslake, Sylvie Panic. In 4th place, with a time of 27:59 from Oakland Lake Crest, Briar Cummins. In 3rd place, with a time of 27:10 from Leroy Campbell Tubbs. In 2nd place, with a time of 27:04 from Rockford Christian, Sarah Carden. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champion in the 8th grade girls 200-meter dash with a state-winning time of 26:47 from Champaign St. Matthew, Emma Kaufman.
This is the second call class 1A, 7th grade girls, 7th grade boys, 800-meter run.
All right, we're now going to present our awards here for the Class 1A 8th grade boys 200-meter dash. In 8th place, with a time of 24:91 from Inverness Holy Family, Rohan Kotak. In 7th place, with a time of 24:90 from Madison Marvion Gilmore. In 6th place, with a time of 24:81 from Greenfield, Grady Costello. In 5th place, with a time of 24:80 from Marseilles Milton Pope, Dimitri Sartori. In 4th place, with a time of 24:47 from Carrollton, Lucas Kloss. In 3rd place, with a time of 24:22 from Peoria St. Jude, Paxton Strader. In 2nd place, with a time of 23:90 from Inverness Holy Family, Dave Alcanjari. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champion in the 8th grade boys 200-meter dash with a state winning time of 23:79 from Findlay Okaw Valley, Carter Purcell.
Mason Miller of Chicago OSM, please report to awards immediately.
All right, return our attention to the medal stand once again as we present our medals for the Class 2A 8th grade girls high jump. She had a tie for 7th place, both with jumps of 1.34 meters from Wonder Lake, Gwen Sicione, and from Whitehall North Green, Maddie Snyder. In 6th place with a jump of 1.4 meters from Kankakee Bishop McNamara, Adelaide Bedford. In 5th place with a jump of 1.46 meters from Aurora Holy Angels, Zoe Fick. In 4th place with a jump of 1.49 meters from Hinkley Big Rock, Naya Reeder. In 3rd place with a jump of 1.52 meters from Wood River, Dearia Lewis. In 2nd place with a jump of 1.52 meters from Lena Winslow, Gia Schlichting. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champion in the 8th grade girls high jump with a winning jump of 1.55 meters from Glen Ellen, Molly Mako.
This is the final call, class 1A, 7th grade girls, 7th grade boys, 800-meter run. Final call.
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention back to the medal stand. We're going to present the awards for the Class 2A 8th grade boys 4x100 meter relay. In 8th place, with a time of 49:84, Bushnell Prairie City. In 7th place, with a time of 49:71, East St. Louis Young. In 6th place, with a time of 49:66, Bloomington Corpus Christi. In 5th place, with a time of 49:20, Altamont. In fourth place with a time of 49:02, Mount Carroll West Carroll. In third place with a time of 48:82, Kankakee Bishop McNamara. In second place with a time of 48:72 from Riverdale, Washington. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champions in the 8th grade boys 4x100 meter relay with a state winning time of 48:35, Camp Point Central.
When I went down, yeah, but then I came back up now. Say something or something? Really? Oh, you? They mentioned some other. What?
The word is fine. It's when you use it for something.
Joe, you can say spicy hydrant.
But the hot sauce refrigerator.
What?
Hot sauce refrigerator. No.
There we go.
Oh, that's that rock ridge. So yeah, that's where it's at. I thought it.
Oklahoma.
Okay, if you go ahead. Okay, if you go ahead and read the bottle.
First call, Class 2A, 8th grade girls, Flight 1 of discus. First call.
All of us, when we get mad, we know how to fix a chain reaction.
Chain reaction.
Yeah.
Chain reaction is crazy. Like, what else happens during this when you get mad? Like, how does
Like,
chain
I
react?
think
Like,
we all seen each other get super mad.
You've never
we've
seen
known each
Tyler.
other for a long
You've
time.
never seen Tyler get mad.
Yeah, dude. I see Tyler get mad all the time.
I know.
He even cursed my name out. Thought I didn't hear him. So I brought it to his attention. Outside my window.
I make him mad all the time.
Main reason why he get mad.
Because you make him mad. Actually, any of us three.
He'd be like, I'm just kidding. Now what?
I don't know if Ben could be in a good day. He hasn't made Tyler mad. I haven't made him mad yet.
Let's return our attention to the award stand as we present the medals here for the Class 2A 7th grade boys 200 meter dash. In 8th place with a time of 25:94 from New Berlin, Brady Bothut. In 7th place with a time of 25:70 from Effingham, Nash Heaney. In 6th place with a time of 25:67 from Libertyville, Ty Hudson. In 5th place with a time of 25:63 from Decatur Hope, Josiah Quates. In 4th place with a time of 25 from Glen Ellen, Penn Peter. In 3rd place with a time of 24:89 from Altamont, Easton Caraway. In 2nd place with a time of 24:86 from Chicago Old St. Mary's, Mason Miller. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champion in the 7th grade boys 200 meter dash with a state winning time of 24:65 from Bismarck Henning, Ethan Giles.
Eighth grade girls, discus. Flight 1. First call, Class 2A, 8th grade boys and girls 200 meter.
Yeah, the big quote of Tyler about me is, when is Derek hate me? That's what he always says for you tonight.
Is he serious too when he says that?
I don't know. What'd you say? Wait, what? You still friends her or Snapchat?
Apparently. But she hated my guts. Watch her film on Twitter.
Hey, she's like, keep
First call, Class 1A, 8th grade girls, 8th grade boys, 800 meter run. First call.
Begin action here on the track again here in just a few moments. Moving on to our 800-meter runs. Do that here in just a few moments. We got a few more awards we might be able to hand out here. And we'll have our 800-meter run finals, and then we'll move into our 4x400-meter relay finals on the track. Continuing with our field events as well. Then at the end of the afternoon, this afternoon, we will have awards for our top teams as well. So make sure you stick around at the very end. We'll have nice trophies for the top teams. We'll present those on the infield before we leave here this afternoon. So once again, lots of awards yet to hand out today, along with some great action here in the track and field events.
Dane Hogan, Rockford Christian, Johnny Richter, Stewards of Strasburg.
Ben, he just referenced himself, and I got confused. Elliot, you know how he goes, Noah goes, really? Like when you talk to him? Oh. Really a bunch? Yeah. I don't even know what you just said. He just
It's one of his Noahisms. He has plenty of them.
His moronism? Yeah.
I would call it Joeism.
But you called it, what'd you say?
I said really, as in continue the conversation.
Which made it worse. Because I'm like, what are you talking about? That's what you start doing to people. Really? You're like, what are you
say the
what's
whole
that
thing?
mean? Like, what? Well, I'm commenting on what I said.
Yeah. I'm trying to continue the conversation.
But right now we're interrupting. Really?
Actually,
Dude, have this conversation with Tyler.
Caleb Huddleston of Greenview,
that's
Joey
even
Martin
real.
of Forest Meadow Creek,
I could just say really.
Cannon Kinsella, Julian St. Raymond,
Well, that's what I mean.
Jonathan
Do it like every.
Weiss, Ladd report to awards immediately.
On the track now, we have the Class 1A 7th grade girls 800-meter run. Alley 1, Lucy Meyer from Normal Epiphany. Autumn Hersinski from Gardner. Violet Walk from Siegel St. Michael's. Sedona Smith from Bradford. Alley 2, Isabella Dickherber from Carrollton. Kylie Liu from Inverness Holy Family. Kylie Trent from Hampton. And Grace Delgado from Peoria St. Jude. Alley 3, Lily Polson from Piper City Tri-Point. Elsie Shager from Palatine St. Teresa. Emma Seidel from Pekin Rankin and Brooke Kennett from Pekin Rankin. Alley 4, Brianna Almquist from Evanston Academy. Lila Cross from Hartsburg Emden. Alyssa Bell from Ottawa Wallace. And your top qualifier, Nora Hartke from Neoga.
What's after the 800? 4x4s? Let me know how many heats of the 4x4s are. I'm going to start counting the miles to get to them. I'm excited. Yeah. I'm glad we gave things a chance to charge. So are we starting our field going right now, or what's going on?
Field's been gone.
We just kept those on, or is our stream on?
Yep, that's never stopped.
16, boys. No, 16.
Shut up, Joe.
16 what?
17.
17 miles of the 4x4? It'd be like 30 some odd of the. Oh, he's counting. Okay. So at least 24.
What do you think we'll be out of here today?
I need to hear how many miles we have. That'll tell me to say. It'll help.
19.
This is the hard part.
Oh,
You're okay.
you sure?
Yeah.
20.
20? So 2 hours, maybe. How many heats had it? They're gonna start crying soon. No, what if I hang out the window and just start wailing my arms
This is
around?
the final call, Class 1A, 8th grade girls, 8th grade boys, 800-meter run. Final call. And the first call, Class 2A, 7th grade girls, 7th grade boys, 800-meter
On the track now, Class 1A 7th grade boys 800-meter run. In Alley 1, Brendan Bush from Inverness Holy Family. Stephen Rogers from Crispin, Scotland. Colton Von Drazik from Millbrook and Jacob Tungett from Pekin Rankin. Alley 2, Miles Kirby from Augusta Southeastern. Damian Amador from Piper City Tri-Point. Joey Cruz Busio from Normal Epiphany. And Jonathan Solarzano from Rantoul St. Malachy. Alley 3, Justin Lake from Carrollton St. John. Yahir Guerrero from Danville Schlarman. David Surratt from Champaign Holy Cross. George Holmes from Chicago Catherine Cook. And Easton Favre from Polo Applington. Alley 4, Creighton Chapman from Marseilles Milton Pope. Elias Rogers from Crispin, Scotland. Your top qualifier, Asher Weiliker from Polo Applington. Zachary Ryan from Peoria St. Jude. And Maximilian Boone from Mount Prospect St. Emily.
Are you trying to be home by 6 or out of here by 6?
I just wanted to have more time tonight.
I think we'll be out of here by 6.
We'll have more time for shows.
I think we'll be out of here by 6.
We're also going to watch a movie tonight, so.
Go in the theater or at home?
I'm not sure yet. There's a lot out in theaters.
Mortal
that I
Kombat
wanna
2
see.
is out right now.
Zach and I were talking about the Mortal Kombat movie, don't we?
Yeah, I want to watch it. I gotta talk to Monica about that. Yeah, I'd call you and then the movie would start.
Could be a race here up front, folks. Asher Weiliker from Polo Applington. Joey Cruz Busio from Normal Epiphany. Looks like your
You're the wick for all the commercials.
Looks like your race may actually be for second place.
All the commercials.
Asher and Joey Cruz Busio. Actually, Joey crossing that line first. Asher Weiliker, David Surratt, Colton Van Drasik, and Yahir Guerrero, your top 5 unofficially.
Hey, Derek, I'm just letting you know right now.
Let's turn our attention to the medal stand. We're going to present the medals for the Class 2A 8th grade boys 200-meter dash. In 8th place with a time of 24:62 from Mount Sterling, Merritt Lanover. In 7th place with a time of 24:59 from Springfield Blessed Sacrament, Joseph Bosensinga. In 6th place with a time of 24:45 from Stewartson Strasburg, Johnny Richter. In 5th place with a time of 24:42 from Riverdale, Washington, DeMontre Enos. In 4th place with a time of 24:40 from Chicago, Clissold, Cole Smith. In 3rd place with a time of 23:99 from Normal Metcalf, Gavin Schramm. In 2nd place with a time of 23:95 from Prophetstown, Andon Cochever. And your 2026 Class 2A IESA 8th grade boys 200-meter dash champion with a state-winning time of 23:72 from Rockford Christian, Dane Homan.
Charlie Harrington of Normal Epiphany, please report to staging immediately. This is the second call, Class 2A, 7th grade girls, 7th grade boys, 800-meter run. Second call.
Could be. I'm just saying, hopefully that this kid is. Oh, there's nobody in the track yet. Why do we not have anyone on the track yet?
Next, we'll have our Class 1A 8th grade girls 800-meter run. Alley 1 will be Addison Laird from Polo Applington, Sonia Freestad from Newark, Lisbon, Rebecca Reed from Kinderhook Western, and Clara Hall from Geneva, St. Peter. Alley 2, Harley Harrington from Normal Epiphany, Katlia Cordova from Rossville, Alvin, Chloe Bressner from Royal Prairie View, Ogden, and Ariana Watson from Rossville, Alvin. In Alley 3, Jocelyn Runyon from Marseilles, Milton Pope, Harper Scott from Champaign Holy Cross, Celine Kuhn from Jacksonville, and Haven Rundle from Monmouth ICS. Alley 4 will be Quinn Heinen from Plainfield St. Mary, Avery Kennett from Pekin Rankin, Bridget Gold from Peoria St. Jude, and your top qualifier, Charlotte Gold from Peoria St. Jude.
There we go. So they must be under the tent, or they're just like staged just over there. It's really annoying staging area because we can't see them. How's the batteries getting this gets charged?
Layla
The receiver's
Santos
doing good, right?
of
Just
Foxland
the
Stanton, please report to discus immediately.
Well, battery wise.
Hold on. Well, no, yeah, okay. That receiver's been good. That actually, he assumes have actually been good this year. Normally, those are my bad ones.
Right.
Usually, the DJIs that are the good ones. I'm actually probably not about it. Not on my watermelon.
This is the final call, Class 2A, 7th grade girls, 7th grade boys, 800-meter run. First call, Class 2A, 8th grade girls, 8th grade boys, 800-meter run.
What are you checking out?
I'm just seeing how accurate that is today.
It should all go off of the gun. So the gun has
Yeah,
a
it's
trigger to it.
exact-
So the gun has a trigger to it that gets set off by the gun happening, and then it gets signals to everything. So the main thing it signals is to the Lynx camera. That's the first thing it signals to. Those two cameras that are at the finish line. Whatever you're into, Joe.
You asked Ben, the person you called, the vice president. For help.
I think you're out of luck, Joe.
I just heard Derek on the live stream. Is this on? I just heard him say it syncs to the gun when the gun goes off on here, and he just told me that 30 seconds ago.
Testing, testing, 1 2 1 2, testing.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll direct our attention to the award stand. We'll present our medals here for the Class 1A 8th grade boys shot put. In 8th place with a throw of 12.24 meters from lad Jonathan Luesa. In 7th place with a throw of 12.33 meters from Anawan Keaton Matney. In 6th place with a throw of 12.35 meters from East Peoria Robine Lucas Bowers. In 5th place with a throw of 12.78 meters from Joliet St. Raymond Cannon Kinsella. In 4th place with a throw of 13.10 meters from Morris Nettle Creek Joey Martin. In 3rd place with a throw of 13.21 meters from Peoria Norwood Jacob Bradley. In 2nd place with a throw of 13.28 meters from Carrollton St. John Blake Schmidt. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champion in the 8th grade boys shot put with a state-winning throw of 13.45 meters from Greenview, Caleb Huddleston. On the track now, we have our Class 1A 8th grade boys 800-meter run. In Alley 1, Luke McConnell from River Forest St. Luke, Lucas Maderos Jamin from Champaign Next Generation, and Riker Sage from Woodhull Allwood. In Alley 2, Grant Larkin from Rockford Christian Life, Patrick Zopel from Peoria St. Jude, Landon Lyons from Cornell, and Brady Becker from Chicago Catherine Cook. In Alley 3, Leo Dunham from Griggsville Perry, Jacob Mushinsky from Peoria St. Jude, Jalen Curial from Danville Schlarman, and Cash Olson from Gardner. In Alley 4, Aaron Scholl from Kelowna, Vincent Guerrero from Danville Schlarman, Christopher Trevino from Normal Epiphany, and your top qualifier, Owen Ferguson from Hartsburg Emden. Brady Becker from Chicago Catherine Cook. In the front, Cash Olson from Gardner. Lucas Maderos Jamin from Champaign Next Generation. Your top three. Brady Becker, Cash Olson out front. This race might be for third, folks. We'll see as Brady Becker still in the lead here on the front stretch. Cash Olson from Gardner. Yeah, I think your race might be for third. Here we go. And that is Brady Becker from Chicago, Catherine Cook, unofficial 2:05:40. Cash Olson, Jalen Sherrill from Danville Schlarman, Owen Ferguson, and Riker Sage, unofficially your top five.
Second call, Class 2A, 8th grade girls.
Moving on now to our Class 2A 7th grade girls 800-meter run. In Alley 1, Kate Henkel from Wheaton St. Michael, Brinley Kissinger from Carthage, Harper Violin from Hinkley Big Rock, and Sydney Katolik from Champaign St. Matthew. In Alley 2, Aaron Kinsler from Springfield Blessed Sacrament, Ren Kustok from Evanston, Vivian Crawley from Bismarck Henning, and Aoife O'Reilly from LaGrange St. Francis. In Alley 3, Remy Cahill from Brimfield, Isabella Wilson from East Moline Northeast, Regina Reigler from Arlington Heights St. James, and Marin Castelli from Chicago St. Benedict. And in Alley 4, Elizabeth Sudkamp from Toledo Cumberland, Hattie Corbin from Libertyville St. Joseph, Vivian Nucky from Chicago St. Benedict, and your top qualifier, Tessa Mako from Glen Ellen St. Petronil. Tessa Mako out front. Effie O'Reilly from LaGrange St. Francis, your top two. Lee Kissinger from Carthage leading that pack right behind them. Tessa and Effie breaking away from the group a bit. Your winner here, Tessa Mako, at a 2:19.45. Great time there, Tessa. Effie O'Reilly at a 2:25.06. Regina Regler, Isabella Wilson, Brindley Kissinger, your top five unofficially for that event. Jamison Walsh from Chicago Alphonsus, Bowen Ince from Normal Metcalf, Ethan Good from Stronghurst West Central, your top three here. Jamison Walsh, Bowen Ince, Nathan Good, still all up there up front. Your top three. Nathan Good from Stronghurst West Central, Jamison Walsh from Chicago Alphonsus, Bowen Ince from Normal Metcalf, your top three in that heat. Turn our attention to the award stand here. We're going to present our medals for the Class 2A 7th grade boys pole vault. We had a three-way tie for 8th place, all with vaults of 2.36 meters. From Effingham St. Anthony, Logan Lustig. From Cowden Herrick, Colton Ons. And from Erie, Dylan Burke. We had a three-way tie for 5th place here as well, with vaults of 2.36 meters. From Paris Crestwood, Sam Pitts. From Altamont, Gentry Sefton. And from Effingham St. Anthony, William Ludwig. In 4th place with a vault of 2.52 meters from Prophetstown, Elliot Mosier. In 3rd place with a vault of 2.52 meters from Seneca, Charlie Derber. In 2nd place with a vault of 2.76 meters from Pawnee, Colby White. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champion in the 7th grade boys pole vault with a winning vault of 2.92 meters from Normal Metcalf, Reed Minton. On the track now, we have Heat 2 of 2 of the Class 2A 7th grade boys 800-meter run. In Alley 1, Mason Hick from Glassford Illini Bluffs and Jack Goldstein from Champaign St. Matthew. In Alley 2, Emmett Voiles from Mount Prospect St. Raymond, Reese Vandeventer from Villa Grove, and Blake Matthey from Downers Grove St. Mary. Alley 3, Mason Jost from Washington Beverly Manor, Eric Herrera from Chicago Queen of All Saints, and Dane Fleischer from Knoxville. And in Alley 4, Jazzy Killer from Louisville North Clay, Luke Lanning from Naperville St. Raphael, and Carson Jorgensen from Argenta Oriana. Carson Jorgensen, your top qualifier, crossing that line first here at the halfway point. Jazzy Keller and Emmett Voiles, your top three. Here we go, coming around the final turn. It's going to be a close race, folks. Closing in the gap just a little bit. That's still Carson Jorgensen up front from Argenta Oriana, but Jazzy Keller, Emmett Voiles, Jack Goldstein, Dane Fleischer, Luke Lanning, all up there. We're going to have some moves here for second and third. Crossing that line first, Carson Jorgensen from Argenta Oriana, Dane Fleischer from Knoxville, Jack Goldstein, Jazzy Keller, and looks like maybe Emmett Voiles, your top five. Moving on now to the Class 2A 8th grade girls 800-meter run. Heat 1 of 2 in Alley 1. Elias Anderson from Virginia, Addison Richardson from Normal Metcalf, and Madeline Hellender from Oakland Lake Crest. In Alley 2, Julia Jacobs from Springfield Blessed Sacrament, Savannah Harper from Chicago St. Clement, and Annabella Chusky from Champaign St. Matthew. In Alley 3, Jenna Galassi from Manlius Bureau Valley, Paige Wolk from Toledo Cumberland, and Juliana Kosiba from Mount Prospect St. Raymond. And in Alley 4, Nora Tracer from Grange St. Francis, Elisa McNeil from Orland Park St. Michael, and Margaret Dooley from Wilmette. Nora Tracer from LaGrange St. Francis, Madeline Hellender from Oakland Lake Crest, and Margaret Dooley from Wilmette. Your top three, and then we got a pack behind them. Anybody's race back there for sure. Nora Tracer, opening up a bit of a lead here on the backstretch. Margaret Dooley closing the gap there, and actually the group behind him is closing the gap as well. This is going to be a good race here at the end for this heat 1 of 2 of the Class 2A 8th grade girls 800-meter run. Here comes the pack, but it is still Nora Tracer from LaGrange St. Francis out front, opening up the lead just a little bit, but here we go, some moves for second. Elisa McNeil from Orland Park St. Michael up in that pack as well, but Nora Tracer maintaining that lead up front. Nora Tracer unofficially takes that heat. Elsa McNeil from Orland Park St. Michael in second. Margaret Dooley from Wilmette, Annabelle Chusky from Champaign St. Matthew, and Jenna Galassi from Manlius Bureau Valley, your top 5 in that heat.
Third and final call, 1A 7th high jump.
Moving on now to heat 2 of 2 of the Class 2A 8th grade girls 800-meter run in Alley 1. Leah Vandekamp from Cambridge, Sylvia Semple from Effingham St. Anthony, and Ruby Beam from Cambridge. At Alley 2, Reese Masick from Chicago St. Benedict, Anderson Judd from McNabb Putnam County, and Gianna Zuvada from Arlington Heights St. James. In Alley 3, Adley McQueen from Oakland Lake Crest, Berlin Schmidgall from Brimfield, and Chloe Milton from Chicago St. Benedict. And in Alley 4, Laurel Worth from Evanston. In Haven Barwegan from Kankakee Bishop McNamara, Brady Sloan from Wilmette, and Molly Mako from Glen Ellen St. Petronil. Molly Mako from Glen Ellen St. Petronil. Chloe Milton from Chicago St. Benedict. Adley McQueen from Oakland Lake Crest. Molly and Chloe, they're up front. Molly and Chloe, your top 2 qualifiers as well, coming in here from sectionals. Molly opening up a bit of a lead here as we come around the final turn. Molly Mako, Chloe Milton, Adley McQueen from Oakland Lake Crest. Your top 3. If I'm not mistaken, Molly won this event last year as well.
Go ahead.
Your winner here, Class 2A 8th grade girls 800 meter, Molly Mako from Glen Ellen St. Petronil, Chloe Milton from Chicago St. Benedict,
What's the other one?
Adley McQueen, Haven Berwegan, And Sylvia Simple at officially your top 5. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to our medal stand as we present the awards for the Class 1A 7th grade girls 800-meter run. In 8th place with a time of 2:38.23 from Hampton, Kylie Trent. In 7th place with a time of 2:37.51 from Pekin Rankin, Emma Seidel. In 6th place with a time of 2:36.64 from Ottawa Wallace, Alyssa Bell. In 5th place with a time of 2:36.45 from Siegel St. Michael's, Violet Walk. In 4th place with a time of 2:36.13 from Normal Epiphany, Lucy Meyer. In 3rd place with a time of 2:33.79 from Pekin Rankin, Brooke Kennett. In 2nd place with a time of 2:28.11 from Neoga, Nora Hartke. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champion in the 7th grade girls 800-meter run with a state winning time of 2:25.59 from Bradford, Sedona Smith. On the track now, we have heat 1 of 2, the Class 2A 8th grade boys 800-meter run. In Alley 1, Jace Verhaeg from Hinkley Big Rock, Seth Wittenborn from Watseka, and Dylan Wood from Chicago. In Alley 2, Joseph Sander from Mokina, Sean Adams from LaGrange St. Francis, and Cale Nelson from Brimfield. Alley 3, Garrett Warman from Stewart's and Strasburg, Miles Taylor from Cambridge, and Daniel Brenner from Mount Prospect St. Raymond. Alley 4, Brandon Hennings from Chicago St. Clement, Wyatt Voiles from Mount Prospect St. Raymond, and Cerronte Siebert from Mount Pulaski. Cerronte Siebert from Mount Pulaski, Cale Nelson from Brimfield, and Daniel Brenner from Mount Prospect St. Raymond for your top 3 crossing the line. Great first heat here. Cerronte Siebert from Mount Pulaski leads from beginning to end. Dylan Wood from Chicago, Miles Taylor from Cambridge, Cale Nelson from Brimfield, and Brandon Hennings from Chicago St. Clement, your top 5. Turn our attention back to our medal stand here as we present the awards for the Class 1A 7th grade boys 800-meter run. In 8th place with a time of 2:20.68 from Inverness Holy Family, Brendan Bush. In 7th place with a time of 2:20.60 from Crispin, Scotland, Stephen Rogers. In 6th place with a time of 2:19.91 from Piper City Tri-Point, Damian Amador. In 5th place with a time of 2:19.62 from Danville Schlarman, Yahir Guerrero. In 4th place with a time of 2:19.24 from Millbrook, Colton Von Drazik. In 3rd place with a time of 2:18.82 from Champaign Holy Cross, David Surratt. In 2nd place with a time of 2:15.01 from Polo Applington, Asher Wheelacher. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champion in the 7th grade boys 800-meter run with a state winning time of 2:14.07 from Normal Epiphany, Joey Cruz Bucio. All right, heat 2 of 2 here. Class 2A, 8th grade boys, 800-meter run on the track. Alley 1, Roger Hills from Havana, David Barter from Miles Northridge, and Alexander Lynch from Chicago. Alley 2, Brady Zinzer from Brimfield, Cyrus Arani from New Berlin, and Dayton Gamber from Springfield Christian. Alley 3, Parker Volk from Pecatonica, Nikki Robertson from Evanston, Jackson Elliott from Springfield Christian, and in Alley 4, Jaden Benjamin from Pingree Grove, Cambridge Lakes, Colin Meyer from Dakota, Ryan Law from Mount Sterling, Brown County, and Gabriel Herrera from Chicago, Queen of All Saints. Close race here, folks. Gabriel Herrera, Jackson Elliott, Nikki Robertson, Brady Zinzer, Colin Meyer, Roger Hilst, all up there, or Ruger Hilst, sorry, all up there. Parker Volk as well from Pecatonica. Great race here. We might have a race for the lead here, folks. Coming here around the front stretch. Brady Zinzer from Brimfield turns it on at the end. Crosses that line with unofficial 2:03.56. Jackson Elliott from Springfield Christian, Colin Meyer, Parker Volk, and Nikki Robertson from Evanston, unofficially your top 5. All right, that wraps up our 800s here for Class 1A, 2A state track and field meet. We're now going to move into my personal favorite event of the weekend, and that is the 4x400 meter relays. Our first event here for the 4x400 is the Class 1A 7th grade girls 4x400 meter relay. Heat 1 of 2. Lane 2, Palatine St. Teresa. In lane 3, Monmouth ICS. In 4, Plainfield St. Mary. In 5, Griggsville Perry. And in 6, Piper City Tri-Point. Once again, this is Heat 1 of 2. Class 1A 7th grade girls 4x400. Palatine St. Teresa, Monmouth ICS, Plainfield St. Mary, Griggsville Perry, and Piper City Tri-Point. In that order. Inside out. Piper City Tri-Point first to that handoff. See who's up front here at the break. Piper City Tri-Point still up there. That might be Monmouth ICS. We'll have to take a look when they come around the corner here. That is Griggsville Perry in the front. Palatine St. Teresa, Monmouth ICS, Piper City Tri-Point, and Plainfield St. Mary in that order. Griggsville Perry, Palatine St. Teresa side by side, looking to make a move here on the backstretch. That's Palatine St. Teresa in the lead. Monmouth ICS not too far behind there. Griggsville Perry. Those are your top three. Monmouth ICS moves into second, looking to make a move the long way around the turn to take over the lead. I believe that is Monmouth ICS in the front.
Wait, was that boys or girls, Matt?
It is Monmouth ICS in the front, Palatine St. Teresa. Piper City Tri-Point and Griggsville Perry. Quite a few moves in these last few 400s. Monmouth ICS opening up that lead just a little bit. Monmouth ICS opening up that lead. Piper City Tri-Point looking for second here. But right now, Palatine St. Teresa holding that second place. Monmouth ICS in the front.
Second call, class 1A, 8th grade girls, 8th grade boys, 4x400 meter relay. Second call, class 1A, 8th grade girls, 8th grade boys, 4x400.
Piper City Tri-Point looking to take over second, but Palatine St. Teresa doesn't quite want to give it up. Here we go, side by side. But in the meantime, Monmouth ICS crosses that line first. Palatine St. Teresa and Piper City Tri-Point. Great race there at the end. Let's turn our attention back to the medal stand. We're going to present the awards here for the Class 1A 8th grade girls 800-meter run. In 8th place with a time of 2:31.39 from Rossville Alvin, Ariana Watson. In 7th place with a time of 2:30.82 from Royal Prairie View Ogden, Chloe Bressner. In 6th place with a time of 2:30.15 from Peoria St. Jude, Bridget Gold. In 5th place with a time of 2:30. Let's see, make sure I got that right. Bridget Gold in 6th place with a time of 2:30.15 from Peoria St. Jude. In 5th place with a time of 2:30.06 from Kinderhook Western, Rebecca Reed. In 4th place with a time of 2:29.36 from Rossville Alvin, Catalea Cordova. In 3rd place with a time of 2:28.77 from Geneva St. Peter, Clara Hall. In 2nd place with a time of 2:26.89 from Peoria St. Jude, Charlotte Gold. And your 2026 Class 1A 8th grade girls 800-meter run champion with a state winning time of 2:24.91 from Pekin Rankin, Avery Kennett. On the track here, we have the Class 1A 7th grade girls 4x400 meter relay. Heat 2 of 2 here in lane 1. Bradford. In 2, Washington St. Patrick. In 3, Ottawa Wallace. In 4, Springfield Christ the King. 5, Kewanee Weathersfield. 6, Normal Epiphany. 7, Siegel St. Michael's. And in 8, Pekin Rankin. Ottawa Wallace out front, Normal Epiphany. In second, Washington St. Patrick. Washington closing in on second place there. That is Ottawa Wallace opening up a bit of a lead here. Washington St. Patrick, Normal Epiphany. Kewanee Weathersfield, Pekin Rankin up there as well. Ottawa Wallace in the front. That is Kewanee Weathersfield. My apologies earlier. Washington St. Patrick up there as well. Pekin Rankin and Springfield Christ the King up there as well. Once again, Ottawa Wallace in the front. Well, that might be Washington St. Patrick. Might have just passed there for second. Kewanee Weathersfield up there. Pekin Rankin, Springfield Christ the King. It's going to be back and forth here. Ottawa Wallace maintains that lead. This race is going to be for second place, folks, as we come into the final 100. Washington St. Patrick, Kewanee Weathersfield both up there. But that is Ottawa Wallace crossing that line first, unofficially takes the heat. Pekin Rankin up there. Kewanee Weathersfield and Springfield Christ the King, your top 4 in that heat. All right, we're going to do a couple awards here, so we're going to recognize some more of our athletes here on the medal stand before we begin the next heat. First, for the Class 1A 8th grade boys 800-meter run. In 8th place with a time of 2:16.07 from Normal Epiphany, Christopher Trevino. In 7th place with a time of 2:15.04 from Kelowna, Kieran Schall. In 6th place with a time of 2:14.33 from Champaign Next Generation, Lucas Medeiros Jaman. In 5th place with a time of 2:12.90 from Woodhull Allwood, Riker Sage. In 4th place with a time of 2:12.55 from Hartsburg Emden, Owen Ferguson. In 3rd place with a time of 2:12.27 from Danville Schlarman, Jalen Charvel. In 2nd place with a time of 2:07.47 from Gardner Cash Olson. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champion in the 8th grade boys 800-meter run with a state winning time of 2:05.40 from Chicago Catherine Cook, Brady Becker. All right, folks, we're going to keep our attention here on the medal stand. We're going to award another set of medals here. We'll let them get set up, and we will hand out some more medals. Recognize some more of our athletes for their great accomplishments here this weekend. This time, this is for the Class 2A 7th grade boys 800-meter run. In 8th place with a time of 2:20.89 from Downers Grove St. Mary, Blake Matthey. In 7th place with a time of 2:20.78 from Glassford Illini Bluffs, Mason Hick. In 6th place with a time of 2:20.39 from Villa Grove, Reese Van de Wiener. In 5th place with a time of 2:19.77 from Mount Prospect St. Raymond, Emmett Voiles. In 4th place with a time of 2:17.66 from Louisville North Clay, Jazzy Keller. In 3rd place with a time of 2:17.33 from Champaign St. Matthew, Jack Goldstein. In 2nd place with a time of 2:16.63 from Knoxville, Dane Fleischer. And your 2026 Class 2A champion in the 7th grade boys 800-meter run with a state-winning time of 2:15.14 from Argenta Oriana, Carson Jorgensen. On the track, we're moving on to the Class 1A 7th grade boys 4x400-meter relay. Heat 1 of 3. In lane 3, LaSalle. In lane 4, Low Point Washburn. In lane 5, River Forest St. Luke. Once again, LaSalle in lane 3, Low Point Washburn in 4, River Forest in 5. Let's get in this heat 1 of 3. Class 1A, 7th grade boys, 4x400, River Forest St. Luke, Low Point Washburn, and LaSalle, your 3 teams in this heat. We're going to turn our attention to the award stand here as we're going to present our medals for the Class 2A 7th grade girls shot put. In 8th place with a throw of 7.79 meters from Arthur Addison Kazel. In 7th place with a throw of 7.79 meters from Kinmundi South Central Tegan Cowger. In 6th place with a throw of 7.88 meters from Lexington Mariah Tyner. In 5th place with a throw of 8.07 meters from Fox Lake Stanton, Ariana Wilson. In 4th place with a throw of 8.15 meters from Arthur Trinity Schrock. In 3rd place with a throw of 8.33 meters from Serena Olivia Stursey. In 2nd place with a throw of 8.35 meters from Bismarck Henning, Isabel Milliken. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champion in the 7th grade girls shot put with a state winning throw of 8.53 meters from Evanston, Rin Kustok. And we're going to keep our attention here on the award stand as we're going to present some more medals here before we continue with action here on the track. Again, we're going to recognize some more of our medal winners here this afternoon. Recognize them for some of their great accomplishments. We'll give them a chance to get set here. And here we go. We are going to recognize now our Class 2A 7th grade girls 800-meter run. In 8th place with a time of 2:31.29 from Chicago St. Benedict, Marin Castelli. In 7th place with a time of 2:30.99 from Champaign St. Matthew, Sydney Katolik. In 6th place with a time of 2:29.84 from Evanston, Rin Kustok. In 5th place with a time of 2:29.77 from Carthage, Brindley Kissinger. In 4th place with a time of 2:29.50 from East Moline Northeast, Isabella Wilson. In 3rd place with a time of 2:28.66 from Arlington Heights St. James, Regina Reigler. In 2nd place with a time of 2:25.06 from LaGrange St. Francis, Effie O'Reilly. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champion in the 7th grade girls 800-meter run with a state winning time of 2:19.45 from Glen Ellen St. Petronil, Tessa Mako. Right on the track here, we have our Class 1A 7th grade boys 4x400-meter relay heat 2 of 3. In lane 1, Rossville Alvin in 2, Windsor in 3, Woodstock St. Mary's in 4, Polo Applington in 5, Griggsville Perry in 6, Springfield Christ the King, and in 7, Palmyra Northwestern. Polo Applington in the front here in Heat 2 of 3. Griggsville Perry and Woodstock St. Mary's. That's still the same order there up front. Our top three. We're going to have a pass here for the lead. I believe that's might be Griggsville Perry up there. Woodstock St. Mary's and Polo Applington. Woodstock St. Mary's looking for the lead, I believe. Springfield Christ the King, maybe they're in 4th place. I believe that's Woodstock St. Mary's. Griggsville Perry and Polo Applington, your top 3 group in this Heat 2 of 3. Griggsville Perry in front. Woodstock St. Mary's. Both want to be first to that handoff. Griggsville Perry there first. Woodstock St. Mary's and Polo Applington. Springfield Christ the King is in 4th. Back and forth here up front, folks. Griggsville Perry, Woodstock St. Mary's, Polo Applington, and Springfield Christ the King, your top 4. Here we go, the final 150 here, coming into the final 100 front stretch. We are almost side by side here. Griggsville Perry, Woodstock St. Mary's. Here we go, folks. Let's cheer them on. It is Griggsville Perry taking over the lead, but Woodstock St. Mary's doesn't want to give it up. But Griggsville Perry, Woodstock St. Mary's, Polo Applington, your top 3. All right, let's turn our attention back to the medal stand. We're going to hand out a couple sets of medals here before we begin our next heat. This time, we're going to recognize our Class 1A 8th grade girls high jumpers. We had a tie for 8th place, so both receiving 8th place medals with a jump of 1.41 meters from Newton St. Thomas, Lindsay Spiker, and from Rossville Alvin, Ariana Watson. We also had a tie for 6th place, so both with jumps of 1.41 meters from Ottawa Wallace, Kennedy Kirkpatrick, and from Hartsburg Emden, Courtney Cecil. In 5th place with a jump of 1.44 meters from Windsor, Jocelyn French. In 4th place with a jump of 1.44 meters from Galva, Elizabeth Sellers. In 3rd place with a jump of 1.44 meters from LaSalle Dimmick, Kaylee Siebert. In 2nd place with a jump of 1.47 meters from Rantoul St. Malachy, Blake Bryan. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champion in the 8th grade girls high jump with a state winning jump of 1.5 meters from Washington St. Patrick, Sadie Gorsage. And we're going to keep our attention here on the medal stand before we get to our next heat. And that is going to be, we're going to hand out some medals here for some of our runners again this time. Give them just a moment and make sure they're standing in the right spots here. This time we're going to recognize our Class 2A 8th grade girls 800-meter runners. In 8th place with a time of 2:24.99 from McNabb, Putnam County, Aniston Judd. In 7th place with a time of 2:24.99 from Brimfield, Berlin Schmidgall. In 6th place with a time of 2:24.02 from Arlington Heights, St. James, Gianna Suvada. In 5th place with a time of 2:23.71 from Effingham St. Anthony, Sylvia Semple. In 4th place with a time of 2:22.76 from Kankakee Bishop McNamara, Haven Barwegan. In 3rd place with a time of 2:20.88 from Oakland Lake Crest, Adley McQueen. In 2nd place with a time of 2:18.19 from Chicago St. Benedict, Chloe Milton. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champion in the 8th grade girls 800-meter run with a state winning time, folks, get this, of 2:15.29 from Glen Ellen St. Petronil, Molly Mako. On the track now, we have heat 3 of 3 of the Class 1A 7th grade boys 4x400 meter relay. Dallas City, Royal Prairie View, Ogden, Piper City, Tri-Point, Peoria St. Jude, Kewanee, Weathersfield, Hamilton, Normal Epiphany, and Payson Seymour. Those are your teams here in heat 3 of 3 of the Class 1A 7th grade boys 4x400 meter relay. Peoria St. Jude up front, Kewanee, Weathersfield, and Hamilton. Royal Prairie View, Ogden. Those are your top 4. Peoria St. Jude, Kewanee, Weathersfield, and Hamilton. All up there up front. Created a distance from the rest of the pack here. Peoria, St. Jude, Kewanee, Weathersfield, Hamilton, all there side by side at this handoff. Be a great race here as we come into the final 400. Peoria, St. Jude maintaining that lead. Kewanee, Weathersfield looking for that lead. Hamilton, I don't think we're done yet here, folks, here at the front. This is going to be a great race on the backstretch. Kewanee, Weathersfield, Peoria, St. Jude, and Hamilton, your top 3. Peoria, St. Jude. Peoria, St. Jude, Hamilton, Kewanee, Weathersfield, Peoria, St. Jude up front. Hey, here comes Hamilton around the corner. Here we go, the final 100. Peoria, St. Jude, and Hamilton almost side by side. Kewanee, Weathersfield hanging in there. Here we are side by side, folks. Hamilton looking for the lead. Peoria, St. Jude not wanting to give that up. What a great race here at the end. Hamilton unofficially takes the heat. Real close there. Peoria, St. Jude, Kewanee, Weathersfield. Great race, teams. Great race, gentlemen, especially there in the last 400. Piper City, Tri-Point. Rounding out your top 4. Great race there by Piper City in the last as well. Sorry about that. I need a deep breath after that one. Great race, gentlemen. All right, let's recognize some more of our award winners here on the award stand. We're going to present a couple sets of medals here before we begin our next heat. This time, we're going to recognize our Class 2A 8th grade boys discus throw. In 8th place, with a throw of 39.57 meters from Princeville, Dylan Carruthers. In 7th place, with a throw of 40.71 meters from Winchester, Henry Gregory. In 6th place with a throw of 41.29 meters from Mossville, Camden Verstraete. In 5th place with a throw of 41.43 meters from Sparlin Midland, Colin Van Zant. In 4th place with a throw of 41.89 meters from Seidel Salt Fork, Cash Kurtenbach. In 3rd place with a throw of 45.18 meters from Stewartson Strasburg, Jacob Duncan. In 2nd place with a throw of 47.15 meters from Havana, Drake Skaggs. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champion in the 8th grade boys discus throw with a state-winning throw of 50.15 meters, folks, from Rockford Christian, Dane Homan. And we're going to keep our attention here on the medal stand. We're going to present one more set of medals here before we begin our next event. This time we're going to present medals, get them all set up in the right spot here. It's not an easy job up there, by the way, to do that. So thank you to our awards team once again. But this time we're going to present our medals to the Class 2A 8th grade boys 800-meter runners. In 8th place with a time of 2:12:07 from Chicago, Alexander Lynch. In 7th place with a time of 2:11:92 from Chicago, Queen of All Saints, Gabriel Herrera. In 6th place with a time of 2:11:77 from Niles Northridge, David Barter. In 5th place with a time of 2:09:89 from Evanston, Nikki Robertson. In 4th place with a time of 2:09:76 from Pecatonica, Parker Volk. In 3rd place with a time of 2:09:47 from Dakota, Colin Meyer. In 2nd place with a time of 2:04:93 from Springfield Christian, Jackson Elliott. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champion in the 8th grade boys 800-meter run with a state winning time of 2:03:56 from Brimfield, Brady Zinzer. On the track, moving on to our Class 1A 8th grade girls 4x400 meter relay. 2 heats of this event. Heat number 1, Lane 1, Kelowna. 2, Pekin Rankin. 3, Newark Lisbon. 4, Royal Prairie View Ogden. 5, Urbana University. 6, Danville Schlarman. 7, Peoria Academy. And 8, Antioch Emmons. Danville Schlarman in front, Urbana University, Newark Lisbon, Royal Prairie View Ogden, Peoria Academy as well. Danville Schlarman up front. Royal Prairie View Ogden, Urbana University are your top three. Newark, Lisbon, Peoria Academy up there as well. Danville Schlarman maintaining that lead. Royal Prairie View Ogden, Urbana University in your top three for this Class 1A 8th grade girls 4x400. Danville Schlarman crossing the line first here in this first heat. Royal Prairie View Ogden, Newark, Lisbon, and Urbana University, your top four in this heat. Ladies and gentlemen, let's direct our attention to the medal stand. We're going to hand out another set of medals here before we begin our next heat. This is for the Class 1A 7th grade girls 4x400 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 4:45.08, Bradford. In 7th place with a time of 4:43.85, Monmouth ICS. In 6th place with a time of 4:36.67, Washington St. Patrick. In 5th place with a time of 4:36.62, Normal Epiphany. In 4th place with a time of 4:36.36, Springfield Christ the King. In 3rd place with a time of 4:35.32, Kewanee Wethersfield. In 2nd place with a time of 4:35.05, Pekin Rankin. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champions in the 7th grade girls 4x400 meter relay with a state winning time of 4:30.96, Ottawa Wallace. On the track now, we have Heat 2 of 2 of the Class 1A 8th grade girls 4x400 meter relay. Evanston Academy in lane 1, Griggsville Perry in 2, Hamilton in 3, Morton Blessed Sacrament in 4, Peoria Limestone Walters in 5, Plainfield St. Mary in 6, Rossville Alvin in 7, and Marseilles Milton Pope in 8th place, or in lane 8. Tight race here up front. Hamilton, Morton Blessed Sacrament, Peoria Limestone Walters, Plainfield St. Mary, Griggsville Perry, Marseilles Milton Pope, Evanston Academy. Pretty tight here. Plainfield St. Mary making some moves there. Oh, we had a 4th to 1st here as we come to this exchange. Wanted to be the first to hand it off here at the line. And that, I believe, is Morton Blessed Sacrament. Went from 4th to 1st there just around the turn. Peoria Limestone Walters, Marseilles Milton Pope, your top 3. Plainfield St. Mary. Plainfield St. Mary moving into 3rd there. Marseilles Milton Pope at 4th. I believe that's still Morton Blessed Sacrament up front. Peoria Limestone Walters. Will not letting her get too far away.
Are you ready for those?
Again, that's still Morton Blessed Sacrament up front. Peoria Limestone Walters in 2nd. Plainfield St. Mary up there. Plainfield St. Mary, I believe, moving into 2nd, but that's still Morton Blessed Sacrament up front. Peoria Limestone Walters in 3rd. Not letting her get too far away there. Morton Blessed Sacrament keeping that lead. And around the backstretch, Peoria Limestone Walters going to make a move here. Looking for 2nd place. Peoria Limestone Walters taking the long way around the turn. Plainfield St. Mary not one let her get too far away. Actually, Peoria Limestone Walters kind of looking for first here. Morton Blessed Sacrament, though, in the lead in the final 100. Peoria Limestone Walters, Plainfield St. Mary battling it out for 2nd place. Plainfield St. Mary not giving up at the end, but crossing that line first unofficially. Morton Blessed Sacrament, Plainfield St. Mary, Peoria Limestone Walters, your top 3. Moving on now to the Class 1A 8th grade boys 4x400 meter relay. 2 heats of this event. Heat 1, Lane 1, Rockford Christian Life. In 2, Peoria St. Jude. In 3, Siegel St. Michael's. 4, Royal Prairie View Ogden. 5, Newark Lisbon. 6, Kewanee Visitation. And 7, Hamilton. In our 4x400 here, our first of 2 heats for Class 1A 8th grade boys. Newark Lisbon up front. Kiwani Visitation. Peoria St. Jude there as well. Royal Prairie View, Ogden, Siegel, St. Michael's, Rockford Christian Life, Hamilton. All your teams in this heat. Newark Lisbon maintaining the lead. Peoria St. Jude. Kiwani Visitation. Those are your top three. Newark Lisbon opening up that lead a bit. Kiwani Visitation. Actually, the race here is for second. Newark Lisbon up front. Kiwani Visitation looking for second. Peoria St. Jude right there as well. Royal Prairie View, Ogden. Rounding out our top four. Newark Lisbon crossing that line first. Kiwani Visitation, Peoria St. Jude are your top three unofficial finishers in this heat. Moving on now to Heat 2 of 2 of the Class 1A 8th grade boys 4x400. In lane 1, Rossville Alvin. In 2, Danville Schlarman. In 3, Kiwani Weathersfield. In 4, Bartonville Monroe. In 5, Plainfield St. Mary. In 6, Normal Epiphany. 7, Effingham Sacred Heart. And in 8, Hartsburg Emden. Quick update here on some field events on Class 2A 8th grade boys. Pole vault still occurring here in the field events. Reed Schumacher from Effingham St. Anthony, Dalen Myers from Seneca, and Will Dennis from Paris Crestwood. Looks like Will cleared 3.32. Dalen Myers and Reed Shoemaker, well, maybe on their last attempts here. And on the track here, we have Heat 2 of 2, Class 1A, 8th grade boys, 4x400. And some Normal Epiphany, I believe. Out there in lane 6, I believe that is correct. Coming in at the break as well. I believe that's normal Epiphany, maybe Kiwani Weathersfield there up front. Plainfield St. Mary as well. At the halfway point, normal Epiphany, Kiwani Weathersfield. Almost side by side, Plainfield St. Mary right there. And Hartsburg Emden. Too close to call here, but Kiwani Weathersfield looking for the lead here on the backstretch. Also, Plainfield St. Mary looking for the lead, going from third to first in a matter of about 50. Taken off here. That is Plainfield St. Mary up front. Kiwani Weathersfield. Normal Epiphany, I believe, is in third for now. Kiwani Weathersfield looking for the lead here as we get to the final handoff. That is Hartsburg Emden up there, as well as normal Epiphany. But Kiwani Weathersfield first to the line here, to the first to the last handoff. Plainfield St. Mary, your top two teams. Here goes Plainfield St. Mary taking the long way around. Plainfield St. Mary in the lead. Kiwani Weathersfield, Hartsburg Emden. That's Bartonville Monroe, I believe, looking for third. That is Plainfield St. Mary up front. Kiwani Weathersfield in second. We're going to have a tight race here coming around the final turn, but this is Plainfield St. Mary in front. Kiwani Weathersfield looking to make a move here as we come to the final 100, folks. Here we go. Kiwani Weathersfield, Plainfield St. Mary, Hartsburg Emden. I believe that's Bartonville Monroe. What a race here at the end. But that is Plainfield St. Mary crossing that line first. Bartonville Monroe, followed by Kiwani Weathersfield. Those are unofficially your top three.
On your marks.
On the track, this is the Class 2A 7th grade girls 4x400 meter relay. 3 heats of this event. Heat 1, lane 3, Brimfield, lane 4, Kankakee Bishop McNamara, lane 5, LaGrange St. Francis, and lane 6, Joliet Laraway. You turn your attention for a moment to our field events, particularly our pole vault, our Class 2A 8th grade boys pole vault. Looks like we have one vaulter left. That is Will Dennis from Paris Crestwood. He's attempting 3.66 right now. On to his second attempt at that height. In Brimfield, Kankakee, Bishop, McNamara, LaGrange, St. Francis, Joliet, Laraway. Your four teams in this Class 2A 7th grade girls 4x400 meter relay. And don't forget, here at the end of all of our running and field events, we will hand out all the medals for all of the events here that took place today. And then we have special awards. We have actually our team awards that we will hand out on track side. So we'll get those announced. And so those top teams can get their team trophies, some really nice team trophies. By the way, if you haven't seen them before, stick around, take a look at those team trophies. We'll get all that handed out here at the very end. We will hand out all of our awards and medals as well before we finish here this afternoon. It's good to stick around at the end for that. We appreciate it. Meantime, on the track here, Brimfield in front. Kankakee, Bishop, McNamara, Joliet, Laraway, and LaGrange St. Francis battling there in the back. In this heat 1 of 3 of the Class 2A 7th grade girls 4x400.
Yeah, I wanted to go see the library.
You know, it's funny, I had a bunch of people that were saying that they don't usually go underneath there. A bunch of people taking pictures right next to it. So it's okay. And then the QR code came out. So I wonder if we took the pictures about that instead.
In this heat 1 of 3 of the Class 2A 7th grade girls 4x400. Brimfield, Kankakee, Bishop, McNamara, LaGrange St. Francis, Joliet, Laraway. I'm guessing by that sound I just heard, we had something happen here in the pole vault, and we did. That's Will Dennis from Paris Crestwood. Looks like he might have just cleared 3.66. Brimfield takes that heat. Kankakee, Bishop, McNamara are your top 2 of that heat. All right, we're going to turn our attention to the medal stand here for just a moment. All right, let's recognize now our Class 1A 7th grade boys 4x400 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 4:23:37, Dallas City. In 7th place with a time of 4:22:04, Polo Applington. In 6th place with a time of 4:19:40, Woodstock St. Mary's. In 5th place with a time of 4:18:57, Griggsville Perry. In 4th place with a time of 4:18:54, Piper City Tri-Point. In 3rd place with a time of 4:11:83, Kewanee Weathersfield. In 2nd place with a time of 4:09:91, Peoria St. Jude. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champions in the 7th grade boys 4x400 meter relay with a state winning time of 4:09:82, Hamilton.
On your mark. Set.
Hey, remember, you're going to go this way when you get done, okay? Right over that area, right over there, okay?
On the track here, we have the Class 2A 7th grade girls 4x400 meter relay. Heat 2 of 3. Camp Point Central in 1. Roanoke Benson in 2. Bloomington Corpus Christi in 3. Stewardson Strasburg in 4. Normal Metcalf in 5. Rock Falls St. Andrew in 6. Glen Ellen St. Petronil in 7. And Arlington Heights St. James in lane 8. Bloomington Corpus Christi up front here. Stewardson Strasburg, Roanoke Benson. Your top 3. Normal Metcalf there in 4th. Arlington Heights St. James making a move here on the turn. Arlington Heights St. James went from 5th to 2nd. Settling in there at 2nd for now. Arlington Heights St. James looking for the lead here. I think that's Stewardson Strasburg in the front. And that might be Bloomington Corpus Christi there as well. Roanoke Benson up there. Normal Metcalf. Yeah, that's Arlington Heights St. James in the front. Stewardson Strasburg in 2nd. And Bloomington Corpus Christi, your top 3 here. Arlington Heights St. James remaining in the front. Stewardson Strasburg. Arlington Heights St. James. Takes the heat. Stewardson Strasburg in 2nd. And that is Normal Metcalf moved into 3rd. Roanoke Benson rounding out your top 4. We'll turn our attention to the medal stand as we're going to present our medals for the Class 2A 7th grade boys shot put. In 8th place with a throw of 10.69 meters from Spring Valley Kennedy, Bennett Thompson. In 7th place with a throw of 10.77 meters from Dwight Nathan Wilkie. In 6th place with a throw of 10.81 meters from Waverly Anthony Sosa. In 5th place with a throw of 10.98 meters from Bunker Hill Wolf Ridge, Colby Jarman. In 4th place with a throw of 11.08 meters from Bloomington Corpus Christi, Nolan Donahue. In 3rd place with a throw of 11.18 meters from Cerro Gordo, Corbin Corum. In 2nd place with a throw of 12.62 meters from Bismarck Henning, Maddox Dew. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champion in the 7th grade boys shot put with a state winning throw of 12.98 meters from KZ Westfield, Bryce Delap.
Right? Perfect. So we're good? Perfect. I'm going to stay down here for a minute.
On your marks. Set.
On the track here, we got the Class 2A 7th grade girls 4x400 meter relay. This is our heat 3 of 3. In lane 1, Brownstown. In lane 2, East St. Louis Young. In lane 3, Hayworth. In 4, Springfield Christian. In 5, Manlius Bureau Valley. In 6, Dakota. 7, Carthage. And 8, Champaign St. Matthew. Again, this is heat 3 of 3. 2A 7th grade girls 4x4. Carthage there in lane 7. Springfield Christian in lane 4. See where this shakes out at the break. I believe that is Carthage from lane 7 in front there at the break. Springfield Christian right behind. Carthage in front. Springfield Christian. We got Hayworth and Brownstown rounding out your top 4. Hayworth and Brownstown back and forth there for 3rd and 4th. Again, that's Carthage in front. Springfield Christian looking to make a move here on the backstretch. Springfield Christian in the front. Springfield Christian in the front. Carthage right behind. That's Hayworth, I believe. Dakota up there as well. Brownstown. Springfield Christian in front. Carthage. That is Hayworth and Brownstown. Those are your top four. Champaign St. Matthew and Dakota up there as well. But Springfield Christian opening up that lead in the front over the rest of the field. Got a race back here for third. Between, I believe that's Hayworth and Brownstown. While that's going on behind him, that's Springfield Christian crossing the line first. Carthage. I believe that might be Brownstown, followed by Hayworth. Your top four in that heat. Folks, we'll turn our attention here to the medal stand as we present the medals for the Class 2A 8th grade girls discus throw. In 8th place with a throw of 25.64 meters from Altamont, Nora Teasley. In 7th place with a throw of 25.95 meters from Prophetstown, Leah Powell. In 6th place with a throw of 26.14 meters from Mount Sterling Brown County, Lydia Ransom. In 5th place with a throw of 26.43 meters from Forreston, Peyton Williams. In 4th place with a throw of 27.24 meters from Toledo, Cumberland, Riley Van Mater. In 3rd place with a throw of 30.09 meters from Oakwood, Leah Nickerson. In 2nd place with a throw of 30.14 meters from Menden Unity, Alexis Voss. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champion in the 8th grade girls discus throw with a state winning throw of 31.07 meters from Leroy, Tyler Underhill.
Stand ready. On your marks. Stand up. On your marks. Stand.
On the track now, we have the Class 2A 7th grade boys 4x400 meter relay. 3 heats of this event. Heat number 1, lane 3, Mount Prospect St. Raymond. 4, Springfield Christian. And 5, Evanston. Again, heat 1 of 3 for Class 2A, 7th grade boys, 4x400. Mount Prospect, St. Raymond, Evanston, and Springfield Christian. 3 teams here. Mount Prospect, St. Raymond, Evanston, and Springfield Christian. Springfield Christian kind of closing the gap here. Take a look. We're going to make a race of it maybe here at the end. We might have all 3 teams almost side by side here. As we come into the final turn, Mount Prospect, Evanston, Springfield Christian. Great race for our first heat of this event. Evanston crossing that line first. Mount Prospect, St. Raymond, and Springfield Christian. Turn our attention to the medal stand once again as we present our medals here for the Class 1A 8th grade girls 4x400 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 4:37.43, Hamilton. In 7th place with a time of 4:35.86, Royal Prairie View Ogden. In 6th place with a time of 4:34.25, Rossville Alvin. In 5th place with a time of 4:33.09, Marseilles Milton Pope. In 4th place with a time of 4:28.42, Danville Schlarman. In 3rd place with a time of 4:28.25, Peoria Limestone Walters. In 2nd place with a time of 4:27.46, Plainfield St. Mary. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champions in the 8th grade girls 4x400 meter relay with a state winning time of 4:25.75, Morton Blessed Sacrament.
Stand ready. On your marks. Set.
On the track here, we have heat 2 of 3 of the Class 2A 7th grade boys 4x400 meter relay. In lane 1, Bushnell Prairie City. In 2, Arthur. In 3, Peoria St. Philomena. In 4, Hayworth. 5, Bloomington Corpus Christi. In 6, Lanark Eastland. 7, Mossville. And in 8, Orland Park St. Michael. Once again, do not forget that after our events here on the track, we'll hand out the rest of our medals for our award winners, our relay teams, our field events that are left to hand out medals to. And then we will have our team trophies and awards. So make sure you stick around for our team trophies and awards at the end. Some great trophies that we'll hand out at track level, which you'll be able to see from up here in the stands. So we'll do all of that here at the end before we wrap things up here this weekend for our 2026 IESA Class 1A, 2A State Track and Field Meets. Hang out for that if you would. And again, Heat 2 of 3 here on the track. For the Class 2A 7th grade boys 4x400. Hayworth there in front, St. Philomena and Arthur. Those are your top 3. Hayworth up front in this heat. Peoria's St. Philomena in second. Arthur in third. I believe that might be Mossville in fourth. It is still Hayworth in the front as we come around to the final 200. In this heat 2 of 3, Hayworth crossing that line first. Arthur makes a move there on the final leg. It comes in second. Peoria St. Philomena wraps up your top 3 for that heat. We'll hand out another set of awards here. This time we're going to recognize our Class 1A 8th grade boys 4x400 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 4:07.19, Kewanee Visitation. In 7th place with a time of 4:02.38, Danville Schlarman. In 6th place with a time of 4:01.06, Normal Epiphany. In 5th place with a time of 3:58.80, Newark Lisbon. In 4th place with a time of 3:57.70, Hartsburg Emden. In 3rd place with a time of 3:55.87, Kewanee Weathersfield. In 2nd place with a time of 3:55.84, Martinville Monroe. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champions in the 8th grade boys 4x400 meter relay with a state-winning time of 3:55.55. Plainfield St. Mary.
Stand ready. On your marks. Set.
On the track now, we have heat 3 of 3 of the Class 2A 7th grade boys 4x400 meter relay. Seneca in lane 1, Serena in lane 2, Assumption Central A&M in 3, Normal Metcalf in 4, Altamont in 5, Rock Falls St. Andrew in 6, Champaign St. Matthew in 7, and Knoxville in lane 8. Rock Falls St. Andrew in front, Normal Metcalf, Serena, Assumption Central A&M. Rock Falls with quite a lead here. Race here is for second for the moment. Altamont, I think that's Altamont there in second. Moved maybe from 6th to 2nd in one lap. That is Rock Falls St. Andrew remaining in the lead. But again, Altamont moving from 6th to 2nd in one lap. Normal Metcalf are your top three. Altamont remains in the lead. Here we go. Rock Falls St. Andrew, Normal Metcalf. There's going to be a race here in the front stretch. The final 100. Is there enough track left? Normal Metcalf looking for the lead, but here comes Rock Falls St. Andrew looking to take back the win. What a final 100. Rock Falls St. Andrew crossing that line first. What a gutsy performance. Altamont and Normal Metcalf. Great race, gentlemen. Great race. All right, we'll turn our attention back to the medal stand. We're going to present some medals here for the Class 1A 7th grade girls high jump. In 8th place with a jump of 1.27 meters from Newark, Lisbon, Maisie Chapman. We had a tie for 6th, both with jumps of 1.33 meters from Dallas City, Allie Weibel. And from Palmyra Northwestern, Enola Roach. In 5th place with a jump of 1.33 meters from Pearl City, Brooklyn Vogely. In 4th place with a jump of 1.33 meters from Washington St. Patrick, Cecilia Hatton. In 3rd place with a jump of 1.39 meters from Royal Prairie View, Ogden, Peyton Olson. In 2nd place with a jump of 1.39 meters from Lincoln West, Lincoln Broadwell, Piper Craig. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champion in the 7th grade girls high jump with a winning jump of 1.42 meters from Neoga, Quincy Taylor.
On your marks. Set.
Moving on here to our Class 2A 8th grade girls 4x400 meter relay. 3 heats of this event. In Heat 1, Lane 3, Wheaton St. Michael. In 4, Brimfield. And in 5, Watsika. Once again, do not forget, we're going to hand out the rest of our medals here for all of our events. We have one more field event to hand out medals for, if I'm not mistaken, and then our 4x400s that are left here to hand out medals to. And then we're going to have our team trophies. We'll hand those out at track level, and teams will be able to go up on the medal stand and get their picture taken there. So we'll do that here at the very end. Once all the events are complete, we've handed out all the other medals, so stick around for our team trophies here at the very end as well. We still got lots of action here on the track. We've got our girls, Class 2A, 8th grade girls 4x400. Heat 1 of 3 on the track now. We'll finish our day here with the Class 2A, 8th grade boys 4x400. Wrap up our action here this weekend. Wheaton St. Michael in front. Watsika and Brimfield are your 3 teams here. I think it might be Watsika in the front. Wheaton St. Michael and Brimfield. Again, your 3 teams in this first of 3 heats. Brimfield there, Wheaton, St. Michael, and Watsika in your first of 3 heats. Heat 2 in lane 1, Camp Point Central. In lane 2, Green Valley Midwest Central. In 3, Arthur. In 4, Champaign St. Matthew. In 5, Fox River Grove. In 6, Lena Winslow. And in 7, Cambridge.
What's going on when you come in?
On your marks. Set.
I always wonder about that. Yeah. No. Like, so we have one in the back. We have a tile hole. The back has a focal thing for it. So anytime we need to like run our cords, we have to put it back there and we have to set our phone right. But not that it's a personal problem, but it's just funny. I'm like, we should have put it like up front, like where we have USB and
Once again, this is Heat 2 of 3. Class 2A, 8th grade girls, 4x400. Once again, as a reminder, we're going to hand out all of our medals here this afternoon for all of our events that we haven't handed out medals for yet, a couple of which we're still running here. Then we'll hand out our team trophies. We also got some Athletes of the Meet awards to hand out here at the end as well. So we'll do all that at the very end. We'll do all that at track level. Teams and those award winners will be able to come down to the track, get their awards there, and get those announced, and you can take your pictures down at track level for that. Once again, we'll do all that here at the end of our events, so stick around. We have Arthur, Green Valley Midwest Central, Fox River Grove, Lena Winslow, Champaign St. Matthew. Stretched out here. Not too far. Going to be a good race coming in here to the final handoff. Fox River Grove, looks like they're looking to maybe try to take the lead here coming into the final exchange. Arthur, I believe, maybe still up front. And is Arthur in the front. Fox River Grove. Green Valley Midwest Central. Cambridge are your top teams here. Champaign St. Matthew up there as well. We got some movement going on here on the backstretch. I looked down for a minute. I lost where she came from. That is some great racing there on the backstretch. Our race here is for second place at this point. We'll see, though. Field not looking for her to get too far in front. Green Valley, Midwest Central, Cambridge, Champaign St. Matthew. All up there. They're crossing the line first. Green Valley, Midwest Central, Cambridge, and Champaign St. Matthew, your top three in that heat. We're going to return our attention now to the medal stand. We're going to hand out our medals here for the Class 2A 8th grade boys pole vault. We actually had a four-way tie for 8th place, so all with a vault of 2.68 meters. First from Normal Metcalf, Jackson Champ. From New Berlin, Mathis Berger. From Fisher, Dylan Rushing. And from Paris Crestwood, Deegan Starr. In 7th place, with a vault of 2.84 meters from Virginia, Corbin Beck. In 6th place, with a vault of 2.84 meters from Pawnee, Xavier Size. In 5th place, with a vault of 3.08 meters from Altamont, Jackson New. In 4th place, with a vault of 3.08 meters from Altamont, Hayden Vatetto. We had a tie for 2nd place, both with vaults of 3.24 meters from Seneca, Dallin Myers, and from Effingham St. Anthony, Reed Schumacher. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champion in the 8th grade boys pole vault with a winning vault of 3.66 meters from Paris Crestwood, Will Dennis.
On your marks. Set.
Well, I want to follow rules. This is the one I'm at. I don't know.
On the track now, we have heat 3 of 3. The Class 2A 8th grade girls 4x400 meter relay. In lane 1, Normal Metcalf. In 2, Bloomington Corpus Christi. In 3, Wilmette. In 4, Springfield Christian. In 5, Hayworth. In 6, Chicago St. Benedict. In 7, Effingham St. Anthony. And in 8, Oakland Lake Crest. Again, this is our heat 3 of 3, our fast heat of the Class 2A 8th grade girls 4x400.
Good job. Off to your right there, off to your right. Nice job, ladies.
Effingham St. Anthony in the front, Chicago St. Benedict, Springfield Christian. So Wilmette up there as well. Effingham St. Anthony remains in the front. Chicago St. Benedict. Wilmette. I believe that is Hayworth and Springfield Christian in that order. So we got a race here for third place between Hayworth and Wilmette. In the front, Effingham St. Anthony, Chicago St. Benedict, trying to close the gap a bit. Looks like it is going to be Effingham St. Anthony crossing that line first. Chicago St. Benedict and Wilmette are your top three of that heat. All right, we're going to turn our attention to the medal stand. We're going to hand out our medals here for the Class 2A 7th grade girls 4x400 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 4:37.36, Stewartson Strasburg. In 7th place with a time of 4:34.83, Dakota. In 6th place with a time of 4:34.71, Arlington Heights St. James. In 5th place with a time of 4:34.48, Brimfield. In 4th place with a time of 4:31.99, Hayworth. In 3rd place with a time of 4:31.13, Brownstown. In 2nd place with a time of 4:26.42, Carthage. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champion in the 7th grade girls 4x400 meter relay with a state winning time of 4:20.74, Springfield Christian.
Stand ready. On your marks. Set.
And on the track, we have begun our final event of the weekend. This is usually one of the more exciting events. This is our Class 2A 8th grade boys 4x400 meter relay. These teams leave it all on the line here for our last event. Last two heats. Heat 1, Lane 1, Naperville St. Raphael. Lane 2, Camp Point Central. 3, Niles Northridge. 4, Brownstown. 5, Princeville. 6 is Watseka. 7, Dakota. 8, Hengry Grove, Cambridge Lakes. Here we go to the halfway point of this heat 1 of 2. Be a tight race here. We got at least 3 or 4 teams handing off almost here at the same time. Dakota is up there. Brownstown, Niles Northridge, and Princeville. I think those are your 4 teams up there up front, still battling out there in the front positions here at the halfway point. Wouldn't rule out 5 and 6 there either. Gonna make a race of this. That is Watseka and Camp Point Central. Dakota, Brownstown, Niles Northridge, Princeville, Watseka, Camp Point Central, all up there in your top group. Remember what I said, this is always a great race. This is always a great event, these last 2 heats. These gentlemen are going to leave it all out there in the track. This is it for the weekend. First to the exchange is Dakota and Princeville up there up front. Niles Northridge and Camp Point Central, your top 4. Again, here we go, coming around the final turn. Dakota, Princeville, I know, is up there. Niles Northridge, Camp Point Central. Great race there, gentlemen. Dakota crossing that line first. Princeville, Camp Point Central, and Niles Northridge, your top 4 unofficial results. All right, we're going to turn our attention to the award stand here. We're going to present our medals for the Class 2A 7th grade boys 4x400 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 4:13.42, Seneca. In 7th place with a time of 4:11.29, Knoxville. In 6th place with a time of 4:10.76, Assumption Central A&M. In 5th place with a time of 4:09.44, Serena. In 4th place with a time of 4:07.36, Hayworth. In 3rd place with a time of 4:04.31, Normal Metcalf. In 2nd place with a time of 4:03.95, Altamont. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champion in the 7th grade boys 4x400 meter relay with a state winning time of 4:03.60, Rock Falls St. Andrew. Here we go on the track. This is our final event, final heat. For Class 2A, 8th grade boys, 4x400. Here we go.
Stand ready. On your mark. Set.
And here we go on the track. We got our last heats of our last event. This is the Class 2A 8th grade boys 4x400 meter relay. Lane 1, Altamont in lane 2, Champaign St. Matthew in 3, Bloomington Corpus Christi 4, Springfield Christian 5, Normal Metcalf 6, Fisher 7, Leroy, and 8, Arthur. Let's make sure they know you're still here. Once again, after this, we're going to hand out the rest of our medals. We got a couple yet. And then we will hand out our team trophies and our athletes of the meet. So stick around for that. We'll do all that before we wrap up the action here today. So once again, we'll hand out team trophies and athletes of the meet. We'll do that at track level after we've handed out all the rest of the medals. So hang around for that. Springfield Christian up front. Bloomington Corpus Christi making a move here in the front stretch. Leroy, your top three. Normal Metcalf. Springfield Christian opening up that lead. Normal Metcalf looking for third, and looks like they're going to get it there in the backstretch. Bloomington Corpus Christi there. You got Fisher making a move there on the backstretch. Springfield Christian in the front. Quite a lead here. Our race here is going to be for second at this point. Metcalf and Bloomington Corpus Christi. Normal Metcalf, Bloomington Corpus Christi there clearly in second. Springfield Christian with quite a lead. And I think that's Champaign St. Matthew right behind Bloomington Corpus Christi. They're looking to make a move here into third place on the backstretch. We have Springfield Christian with quite a lead here. Let's cheer them on home. This is our last event, last heat here of the weekend. Make sure they know you're still here, folks. Springfield Christian with a great lead here on the front stretch. Normal Metcalf. That is Champaign St. Matthew, but Bloomington Corpus Christi looking for third. But that is Springfield Christian crossing the line first. Normal Metcalf, Bloomington Corpus Christi. And I believe Champaign St. Matthew, that'll round out your top four of that heat. Unofficial results. How about that? All this talking we do, we don't talk over each other very often. All right. Give us just a few moments. We got to tabulate our final results up here. We're going to hand out our final awards. And then we're going to hand out our team trophies and our athletes of the meet as well. So we're going to do that. So if you stick around for that, we're going to do that right here in front of the main grandstand. So if you're on the backstretch stands, you want to come see that, come on over here to the front stretch stands. We'll do all of that here in front of the main grandstands once again. We'll hand out our team we'll hand out the rest of our awards. Got a couple yet. Then we'll hand out our team trophies and our athletes of the meet as well. So stick around for that. Do that here as soon as we can. Should be just a few moments for tabulating some of these final results. Ladies and gentlemen, check this out. I have been at the state track meet for about 12 years at least, and I have not seen this. This is all of our officials, folks, standing for an award stand photo. Can we give them a great big round of applause? This is a cool group. They do a great job. They dedicate lots and lots of time. I know many of them travel all across the state for these meets, and they are dedicated to this sport and their craft and the kids. So once again, thank you to the officials. Once again, we need the top 8 teams from the Class 2A 8th grade girls 4x400 and the top 8 teams from the Class 2A 8th grade boys 4x400 to report to the awards area immediately. I see the girls coming out now. Hand out those medals. We need the boys teams to then report to the awards area. We'll do our final tabulations here, and then we'll hand out our team trophies. Get this set up here, and we'll hand out some medals here. All right, here we go. Let's recognize our girls teams here. This is our Class 2A 8th grade girls 4x400 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 4:29.23, Brimfield. In 7th place with a time of 4:28.81, Springfield Christian. In 6th place with a time of 4:28.04, Cambridge. In 5th place, the time of 4:26.88, Green Valley Midwest Central. In 4th place with a time of 4:22.41, Hayworth. In 3rd place with a time of 4:21.56, Wilmette. In 2nd place with a time of 4:19.31, Chicago St. Benedict. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champion in the 8th grade girls 4x400 meter relay with a state winning time of 4:18.65, Effingham St. Anthony. Once again, relay teams for the 2A 8th grade boys 4x400 meter relay. If you're one of the top 8 teams, you need to report to the awards area immediately. And then don't forget, we're going to hand out team trophies and our athletes of the meet trophies as well, or presentation as well. So make sure you stick around for that. Still looking for the top 8 boys teams for the Class 2A 8th grade boys 4x400 meter relay. And then I have in my hands all of the team results as well as our top athletes of the meet that we'll recognize there at track level. So once we hand out those Class 2A 8th grade boys medals, we'll start recognizing our teams. And we're going to still award medals here for our Class 2A 8th grade boys 4x400 meter relay teams, our top 8 teams. And then we'll do our team trophies and our athletes of the meet. I'm going to make sure we get our Class 2A 8th grade boys 4x400 relay teams awarded first. I need the Class 2A 8th grade boys 4x400 relay team from Princeville to report to the awards area immediately. Class 2A 8th grade boys 4x400 relay team from Princeville to report to awards immediately. All right, here we go. We're now going to recognize our Class 2A 8th grade boys 4x400 meter relay teams. Here we go. Top 8 in 8th place with a time of 3:56.02, Princeville. In 7th place with a time of 3:55.64, Dakota. In 6th place with a time of 3:55.24, Leroy. In 5th place with a time of 3:53.30, Fisher. In 4th place with a time of 3:52.26, Champaign St. Matthew. In 3rd place with a time of 3:51.59, Bloomington Corpus Christi. In 2nd place with a time of 3:49.63, Normal Metcalf. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champion in the 8th grade boys 4x400 meter relay with a state winning time, folks, of 3:43.75, Springfield Christian. All right, well, they're finishing up pictures down there on the award stand. I'm going to have our 1A teams report down to the track area. So again, just the teams and the coaches, if you would. can come down to the track area if I announce your team. I'm going to start with all the 1A teams. You can kind of come down and center around your team there. That way when we announce your team, then you can come right up and get your trophy, all right? So these are the teams I need at track level. Again, just teams and coaches, please. For 7-1A girls, I need Kewanee Weathersfield, Bradford, Pekin Rankin, Springfield Christ the King, and Neoga. Those 7-1A girls teams to report to the track. Following 7-1A boys teams to report to the track, Peoria St. Jude, Payson Seymour, Carrollton St. John, and Normal Epiphany to all report to track level. Those 7-1A boys teams and coaches. Following 8-1A girls teams to make sure you report to track level as well. Rantoul St. Malachy, Morton Blessed Sacrament, Washington St. Patrick, and Peoria St. Jude. Those 8-1A girls teams, please report to track level. And for our 1A here, the following 8-1A boys teams to please report to track level. Inverness Holy Family, Greenfield, Peoria St. Jude, and Findlay Okaw Valley. Again, those are the 8-1A boys teams. And all those teams I named for 1A, you all need to report to track level. And you can hang out there on the track. That way it'll be easier for you to come up and get your team trophies. I'm going to repeat that one more time. 7-1A girls teams, Kewanee Weathersfield, Bradford, Pekin Rankin, Springfield Christ the King, and Neoga. 7-1A boys teams, Peoria St. Jude, Payson Seymour, Normal Epiphany, Carrollton St. John. 8-1A girls teams, Rantoul St. Malachy, Washington St. Patrick, Peoria St. Jude, and Morton Blessed Sacrament. And 8-1A boys teams of Inverness Holy Family, Greenfield, Peoria St. Jude, and Findlay Okaw Valley. We'll give you a few moments to do that. Make your way down the stairs onto the track level and hang out down there, and we'll get this announced. All right, here we go. We're going to start out with our 1A. And we're going to start out with recognizing and applauding our athletes of the meet here. We're going to start with that. We have 2 athletes of the meet, one for girls and one for boys. We're first going to recognize our 1A girl athlete of the meet. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up from Washington St. Patrick, Sadie Gorsage. And our 1A boy athlete of the meet. Proud to present this to Findlay Okaw Valley's Carter Purcell. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for our 1A athletes of the meet, Sadie Gorsage from Washington St. Patrick and Carter Purcell from Findlay Okaw Valley. All right, now let's recognize our teams. We're going to start with 7-1A girls. By the way, we have a few ties. When we had a tie, we did a coin flip up here, decided who was going to take the trophy home today. The other team will get a trophy sent to them, but they'll all get pictures with their trophy, all right? So that's how that works. So we did have a tie for 7-1A girls, 4th place. So first with 27 points in part of that 4th place tie, Kiwani Weathersfield. By the way, handing out our trophies here today along with our IESA staff, Jay Marshall, one of our head referees, been involved in IESA track and field for a long time. Thank you, Jay, for your help today. And again, also in 4th place, again, we had a tie for 4th place here for 7-1A girls. Also receiving a 4th place trophy with 27 points, Bradford. Again, we'll give each team a chance to take their trophy to the award stand area, take some nice pictures. And then if you want to take some more pictures, you can find other locations to do that. All right, here we go. 3rd place, 7-1A girls with 38 points, Pekin Rankin. All right, in 2nd place for 7-1A girls with 44 points, Springfield Christ the King. And our 7-1A girls championship team. Remember, 2nd place had 44 points. This team had 56 points. Ladies and gentlemen, your 7-1A girls champion team, Neoga. All right, let's recognize now our 7-1A boys teams. Again, our top 4 teams. So for 7-1A boys, in 4th place with 32.5 points, Peoria St. Jude. Our 3rd place team for 7-1A boys with 34.5 points, Payson Seymour. All right, our 2nd place boys team for 7-1A boys with 37 points, Normal Epiphany. And your 7-1A boys champion team. Our top 4 teams were separated, by the way, by 6.5 points only here in the 7-1A boys. But your champion team with 39 points. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Carrollton St. John. All right, we're going to move on to our 8-1A girls teams, our top 4 teams. So again, 8-1A girls in 4th place with 26 points, Rantoul St. Malachy. In 3rd place for 8-1A girls with a total of 30 points, Washington St. Patrick. Your 2nd place 8-1A girls team with 45 points, Peoria St. Jude. And our 8-1A girls championship team, again, 2nd place had 45 points. This team had 49 points. Ladies and gentlemen, your championship team for 8-1A girls, Morton Blessed Sacrament. And we have one more set of 1A trophies to hand out here, and then we'll move on to our 2A trophies. But now we're going to recognize our 8-1A boys top 4 teams. In 4th place with 31 points, Inverness Holy Family. In 3rd place for 8-1A boys with 43 points, Greenfield. In 2nd place for 8-1A boys with a total of 45 points, Peoria St. Jude. And your 8-1A boys champion team. Remember, 2nd place had 45 points. This team had 58 points. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your 8-1A boys champions, Findlay Okaw Valley. All right, 2A teams, I need you to listen up here. We're going to have you come down to trackside now so you can receive your trophy. So once again, 2A teams, listen closely. Here we go. 7 2A girls teams from Kankakee Bishop McNamara, Arlington Heights St. James, Springfield Christian, and Brimfield. 7 2A girls teams. 7 2A boys teams from Normal Metcalf, Altamont, Bismarck Henning, and Argenta Oriana need to report to track level. Those are the 7 2A boys teams. The 8 2A girls teams from Kankakee Bishop McNamara, Springfield Christian, Champaign St. Matthew, and Glen Ellen St. Petronil. Those 8 2A girls teams need to report to track level. And the following 8 2A boys teams need to report to track level: Rockford Christian, Normal Metcalf, Stewart's and Strasburg, and Springfield Christian. Again, our top 4 of 7 2A girls and boys, 8 2A girls and boys teams all need to report to track level. All right, we're going to start out here for our 2A. We're going to hand out our athletes of the meet here. So our 2A girl athlete of the meet from Glen Ellen Petradil, Molly Mako. And our Class 2A boy athlete of the meet from Rockford Christian, Dane Homan. We will make sure we get Dane his trophy for sure. Congratulations to Molly and Dane both as our Class 2A athletes of the state meet. All right, here we go. We're going to recognize our 2A teams. We're going to start with 7 2A girls. In fourth place for 7 2A girls with a total of 26 points, Kankakee Bishop McNamara. For 7-2A girls, we actually had a tie for second place. So again, one team will take the trophy home today. Both teams will get a chance to take a picture. The other team will get a trophy sent to them in the mail. So receiving a second place trophy in that 2A tie for second place with 27 points, Arlington Heights St. James. Also in second place for 7-2A girls with 27 points, Brimfield. And your 7-2A girls championship team. Remember, second place was a tie with 27 points. This team had 43 points, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, your 7-2A girls team champions. Give it up for Springfield Christian. All right, time now to recognize our 7-2A boys teams. Get our top 4 teams here. These teams were all separated first through fourth by 9 points only. So a tight race here as well. In fourth place with 31 points, Argenta Oriana. Your third place, 7-2A boys team with 36 points, Bismarck Henning. Your second place, 7-2A boys team. Now remember this score, folks, with 39 points, Altamont. So remember, our second place team here had 39 points. Our champion team had 40 points. Ladies and gentlemen, our 7-2A boys champion team with those 40 points, give it up for Normal Metcalf. All right. Moving on now to our 8-2A top 4 girls teams. In fourth place with 29 points, Kankakee Bishop McNamara. In third place for 8-2A girls with 31 points, Springfield Christian. Your second place 8-2A girls team with 34 points, Champaign St. Matthew. And your 8-2A girls state champion team. Second place had 34 points. This team had 44 points. Ladies and gentlemen, your championship team for 8-2A girls, Glen Ellen St. Petronil. All right, we're going to move on. Last but not least, this is our 8-2A boys teams, our top 4 teams. In 4th place with 30 points, Rockford Christian. We'll make sure they get their trophy for sure. All right, in 3rd place for 8-2A boys with 33 and a quarter point, Normal Metcalf. Your 2nd place 8-2A boys team with a total of 45 points, folks. Give it up for Stewardson Strasburg. And finally, your 8-2A boys team champions. 2nd place, 45 points. This team had 52 points. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your 8-2A boys champions, Springfield Christian. Once again, congratulations to all teams and athletes competing here this weekend at the 2026 IESA Class 1A, 2A State Track and Field Meet. We hope you had a great time. We appreciate everybody helping put a great meet together here this weekend. If you want more track and field, you just come back next weekend. We got 3A, 4A next weekend, so come to the same time, same place. You can just come watch more track and field. But once again, congratulations to all the athletes and the teams. Safe travels home, and hopefully we'll see you back next year.